How is that? Am I coming through now? Looks like I might be. I at least get the... What was that? Oh, somebody's saying sound is up. Can you hear both of us? Or are you just hearing me? I don't know if I'm properly streaming through to Discord. They say only me, so maybe I'm not properly sharing Discord sound? Yeah. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Sifdora says only you at the moment, and her CZ says only you. All right. Deeply sorry about that. I was not prepared to be streaming today, but I think we're more or less set up ready there. Percy Z says hi, by the way. Hi. All right. So, Ketura, you want to walk me through this? I should stream on Discord as well. All right. So I'm going to share my screen on Discord too. So there's no delay for those of you watching right here. How do I check that? I'm not sure. So sorry. I don't usually stream. Yeah, you lost power. All right. Yeah, so tournament admin, I assume. Manually add tables. Oh, all right. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong challenge event. Let's look at the new one. All right. So, all right. Always something fun at the World Championship. Yep. Make sure to use the movie decks. Perfect. All right. I mean, for a unexpected power outage, I think 10 minutes late is pretty good. All right. Let's kick those games off. Yeah, I'll make this full screen. Oh, so do we want to go with watching the top game, Best Malice here, for round 1, and then watching whoever else remains as we go? Is there a particular order you'd like to go in? All right. Yeah, he is, I think, undoubtedly one of the very best players, even when we talk about a lot of the people who are in this event today as being very good players. Best Malice is maybe not alone, but mm, yeah, I think that's absolutely true. He's really got his finger on the meta as well. He's made some calls in the last couple of years that he's talked about after the fact. Explaining that he changed the deck to work in such and such a way because he saw this in the tournaments leading up to it. And not that nobody else is following those tournaments, but I don't think to the same extent. I think he watches every single game replay. Yeah, starting it. It is another absolutely enormous deck. Yeah, that's after a hand or and a half here. I wonder if we're going to see him discarding large chunks of that deck as part of what he's doing. Yeah, Dunlin coming out for Best Malice. Not the first time he's played Dunlin in a World Championship. I think it was inflating the 2 years. I don't know if it was last year or the year before that he brought Dunlin kind of back into the meta. We hadn't seen them in any of the tournaments leading up to it, and he, as you were saying before, Ketura, he kind of looked at the overall situation and just said, this will work really well right now. Yeah, Kyle says Rutil had a very similar fellowship last year. So this may be a deck that he's been working on for quite a while. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot to be said for how well you can watch the meta and really prep for what people are playing. But there's also a lot to be said, especially in a long day like this at high stakes tournaments where your stress can be up a little bit of playing what you know. Playing the thing that you're comfortable with, that you're less likely to make mistakes on. Whether or not you've got that one card slotted just in case you face whichever particular shadow side can be less impactful than just making mistakes. Oh yeah, I wonder if that's what we're seeing here. Return to its master, a far harder thing to pull off against a Gimli Ringbearer than it is against Frodo. Yeah, it does turn off the one ring, which is one of the most interesting aspects of it. It means that even if you're able to survive, if you're exhausted and you lose that fight, you will die from the wound. But Gimli, unlike Frodo, can very frequently win those skirmishes against most Nazgul. Maybe not quite so much at the start of the game, but once he's fully equipped, he's far better positioned to do so. Right, because Grima is Unbound Companion. I see a... Oh, no, that's probably from you, your Players Council in the Twitch chat. I saw somebody saying hello and got excited. All right, so we've got Freka coming out, but still... Oh, no, did take control of the site. Just happened fast enough that I didn't notice. No, maybe not. Maybe he already controlled 2 sites, which is, again, all he really needs here. Be able to kick off most of the combinations. That Hillman Horde will get stronger with 3 or 4 sites in the support area, but you don't actually need the extras. Using Don't Look at Them with Freka. Looking to assume is going to be using Don't Look at Them to put that wound on. There is no Twilight out. Hides can discard itself to stop the wound, but cannot remove the Twilight to do so. Spot Smeagol and discard 3 cards from hand to wound a minion. Yeah, so I think killing off Smeagol there is potentially a really big impact here. Yeah, Basmalis discarded Hides to keep Freka alive, which allowed the overwhelm on Smeagol. I don't know if Smeagol is particularly important in themselves, but Don't Look at Them may well be a key component there in how to just massively discard. Yeah, Gimli facing off against the Hillman Horde. Strong enough to not be overwhelmed, but not strong enough to take that fight. With only 2 sites. Not yet having 3 sites controlled, Hillman Horde is not fierce. Looks like Rutil is mass adding threats here to draw some extra cards. Yeah. Oh, losing initiative to use Hardy Garrison to wound Freka. Hides being off the table. Still successfully overwhelmed Smeagol, but does give up that site too. Interesting. Yeah, both players reconciling. Got some No Ordinary Storm. Each time you play Weather Condition, exert. Some stuff here I don't see very often. Wonder if it's the luxury of such a large deck, or if there's a particular kind of plan put together for some of these pieces. Playing Old Villain. If that one wants it, maxing out the threats here for Basmalis. Oh, what was that? One dwarf in Moria. Spotted dwarf bearing 2 more items to heal that dwarf. Return X items on that hand to their owner's hand to wound X minions. Looks like he didn't return any items, but just used it for the heal. Now, Durin is going to be able to take the victory here on Golem no matter how many cards are discarded by Rutil. He's not going to be able to get up to a 14, but he may well be able to cycle however much he chooses. Right, if the goal is just to... Yep, you're just pouring through the deck, then that works really, really well. Worth noting again, Basmalis is playing on his phone today. So the number of passes that are needed here just because of everything that Rutil is doing. Could be a really interesting extra tactic. It's going to be really easy for Bass to be able to miss a click, or to click one extra time because it seemed like there was a lot more going on. It's clearing the field using Bloodrun's Chill. Hmm. Yep. So we saw an Ever My Heart Rises here, grabbing some cards off the top of the deck and then grabbing some of them back into hand. 6th level coming down, helping to recycle some of those fortifications that may well never have been in play to start with, but were discarded through some of these other effects. From the armory. Right. Yeah, we've got so many conditions here. Trying to get them all organized so that we can better keep track of them. All right, Hyde's back on the table for Basmalis. Nothing else played. Straight to the regroup, using the 6th level to get some of those fortifications out. Uh, 41. 41 cards in the discard pile at Site 4. Yep. Just by comparison, Basmalis, one side ahead, has 13 cards in his discard pile from a more traditional deck build. Yep. Yeah, it is just a little bit nuts. You've got to think, or at least I would think, that you really run the risk of not getting whatever key recursion cards you're looking for with that much cycling. Well, and I suppose you don't have to throw away. Not all of these effects are blind throwaway. Some of the dwarf stuff is from the top of the deck, but a lot of the rest is from the hand. So we've got Lord of Moria to give all dwarves damage +1. Gimli gets his helm and bracers. I think only one of those was just played and the other was already out. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, walking into the 6th circle, one that is hard to walk through, may well stop the play here, even if Rutil doesn't have a whole lot out. Another No Ordinary Storm hitting play. Not sure that's going to do anything at all this game, but clearly running a number of them for concerns on Gandalf. And then we got Twilight and Chaos, which is a very typical part of a Return to Your Master deck. It's slightly cheaper, slightly weaker version of the Witch King. In this case, it's probably not going to be doing all that much. Durin can body it. Oh, Serbian Flock and a Wizard Storm. Wizard Storm is going to make it so that if the Fellowship attempts to move, every companion must exert. The site is that if the Fellowship moves from the site, each companion is wounded. I believe the Free People's player chooses the order there, so I don't think it will kill anybody. But it sure does feel like it would leave Basmalis in a much harsher position than if he waits. He's also 2 sites ahead, so he's in a good position to be able to stop there. He's cycling everything through. Yep. And he had the Twilight for it. There's no reason not to. Letting the Dwarf Guard die. I wonder if that's in recognition that he doesn't need the extra characters, or if that is because he wants to play another companion but doesn't want to go to 6. Yeah. Bessmelis is reconciling, not moving through the Wizard Storm first circle of Minas Tirith. Wizard Storm discards at the end of turn, thankfully, for all Fellowship players. All right. We've got preparations coming out to help him cycle things back onto stacked cards. And moving without playing anything else. All right. Starting to see Bessmelis kick it off here. Dunlin Elder with a Freka play will give the second sight, at least until Freka is removed from the table. Yeah, they do remove possessions. Are any of the support area cards possessions? Doesn't look like it, no. But Axe of Erebor and Banner of Westerness certainly are. The ring, I believe, is an artifact. Using Over the Eisen to play something from his discard pile. No, sorry, Over the Eisen's the assignment one. To choosing who he assigns. Of all the assignment effects in the game, this is one of the few ones that doesn't have a built-in ability for the Fellowship to cancel it. It is harder to pull off, of course, but it can be really powerful once it gets moving. Using it in both cases, not wanting anybody to fight that Ranger. He's got 3 Twilight left for a use of hides to try to keep Freka alive, but Gimli is damage +2. If he manages to win this skirmish, I don't think it's going to matter. So if Gimli can boost 2 more points here, it'd be huge to take Freka out, because it will also reduce the Dunlin Elder to a point where he's far less frightening. Yeah, using the Axe of Erebor to discard stacked cards. Putting Freka on Gimli, I think, is a play that makes sense. If you'd put it on the range of Rosgiliath, would have been able to drop the Citadel of the Stars to kill Freka outright. But it does mean that he's a little bit further behind. I'm not quite sure what just boosted Durin by 1. There's too many things moving in Ratil's deck. Yeah. There's so much going on here. Not nearly as impactful against standard Dunland as it is against many other decks. Well, and most Dunlands don't have more than the 1 wound for you to bother with double exertion. Yeah, the Horde, I think, does have 2 or 3, so that could be worthwhile if you were trying to set up for the Citadel of the Stars drop. But Freka and the Elders all have 1. Yeah, Ratil doubling to catch up with Bessmelis at 6 here. No, certainly not. As the support area gets larger and larger, seems to just be helping everything move along. We've got another hide sitting the table. Hides being a card that I think, despite absolutely being a core to every Dunland deck, is overlooked that it also allows you to draw a card. It's a great cycling tool, even if you're not needing to use the rest of its ability that turn. Oh, Bessmelis plays no minions. Whether he's building for something next sight, or was just a bit hand-clogged, it's hard to say. Ratil is adding threats to cycle more cards into hand. Seeing Stone, rule of 4 does not apply during the regroup phase. And it's then discarding cards to exhaust minions just to get them out of their hand, using the Ranger of Osgiliath. Yeah, some utility for it. Yeah, stacking another Slake Thirst and a Battle Tested on preparations. Then discarding Ring of Fury to heal up, and stacking a few more cards on preparations. They're definitely stopping at the site here. There's no additional move limit added. Grabbing these Battle Testeds makes me think that we're expecting to see a... who's the other dwarf? Sindari? Sindri? Sindar? Getting ready to be able to play those once they're drawn. Alright, Basmel's fully healing up, getting Gimli's Battle Axe, going with the Fellowship Edition here. Ring of Fury, Dwarven Bracers, and a Farin. So we... yeah, not up to 6 companions. Dwarven Guard died last turn. I did for a moment think there was 6, just based on the width. Yep. We got a Dwarven Armor coming out as well. Gimli cannot be overwhelmed unless strength is tripled. Dwarven Armor and Coat of Mail being extremely powerful cards for some of the alternate ring bearers. Not being able to have a static not being overwhelmed unless your strength is tripled is something that Frodo would absolutely kill for in any format. Moving to Osgiliath Crossing, there are not 6 companions in play, so its effect won't matter. 16 Twilight to Retell. I believe in both years, the opponent that he beats in the best of 3 was also the opponent who knocked him out from the winner's bracket. We've got Astea coming out. Oh, played and discarded fast enough I didn't get to see it. Out of sight and shot. Each time a companion is played, people's player must shadow, spot a Nazgul, and discard this condition. Play Nazgul from your discard pile. Alright. So, tutored Twilight and Kea. And drop the Pale Crown, which is going to be huge. It means that Durin cannot just knock Kea out anymore. So polite to play Golem and add some Twilight if there were any threats. Not one you see very often. Usually you see Captured by the Ring to add the threats. But I suppose when you've got a deck this size and you want Golem out regularly, you probably run both. Stay exerted twice to make Kea and I'm guessing themselves fierce. Yes, they are both fierce. No, but the well, and the Pale Crown can make Kea not worry so much about Durin here. Lenar going for the fight. Oh, doing Varen first. Varen, thanks to the PC buff, being a 6 by default, allows him to beat Golem. Kea is getting that exertion or wound on Gimli. Now going up against Durin. using the Pale Crown, it just evens them out. If he's got any kind of boost at all here, just long enough wait makes me wonder if he's thinking about if he wants to use it. Right. Nope. He's taking the hit with Durin, allowing Gimli to take the extra wound. As you've already mentioned, the fact that he's got a Dwarven Bracers makes him far more resistant to a... Oh, he does have his helm too. Yeah, he can prevent all wounds. He'll be able to take a return to its master fight, possibly even two of them. Exerting Durin 2 more times to clear the field, leaving him exhausted. Absolutely. You know, LOTR being on the table does mean that when Durin beats Fierce Companion or Fierce Minions next, he'll be able to heal up a bit from LOTR in the future. Oh, and he's moving. There are not 2 threats in play for Nazgul to be able to get tutored through more Gul'dan. But he puts himself in a really strong position to just not need to worry about slowing Ratil down. Still needs to be able to survive here, and then his move to Site 9 next turn, but if he'd stopped before, he could have been forced to double in a position that's worse than he expected. Yeah, Ratil, despite all the massive cycling, did only draw 4 cards last turn as well. So unless he was holding on intentionally some other Twilight, he might be a little on the low side here. Oh, wow. Got a Morgul Skulker who came out and discarded himself. Squealer, rather. Can discard itself to play a mini from a discard pile, so it's kind of an expensive tutor, but it gets you the one that you're looking for. There was plenty of Twilight on the field if he doesn't otherwise have enough. Bringing Kente out does add 1 threat, but unless he adds another somehow, won't be able to use his ability to discard possession. If he can get that other threat, discarding the Helm or the Bracers if he's going for that return to its master play could be huge. With Gimli's helm, or armor, I suppose, on one of the Gondor ring bearers, does the Twilight Witch King only successfully place 1 wound when he exerts to wound twice? Even though that character wasn't in the skirmish? It's still once per skirmish phase? Yeah, that's really quite good. The way Mithril Code is worded doesn't help with that. It removes the damage bonuses when he's skirmishing, but it doesn't help him against the Twilight Witch King. Oh, that is disappointing. I don't know. I think you probably continue with what it was. Oh, geez, yeah. I think you, yeah, I think you go with the result of the match. Timeout or not is unfortunate. But, you know, a player dropping shouldn't retroactively change the result of a match. That could be a bad precedent. Yeah, it is too bad that Scarpato is not able to continue. Someone's going to get a bye, yeah. Yeah, Basmalis is stacking up his support area, but not playing any minions still. Played another Hides and are ready to fall. So controlling 2 sites can remove 2 to play a man from the discard pile. Constantly threatening. That would be the same if you double move. Who's doing this regroup cycling. Yeah, he's not going to be able to triple to site 9, so I don't think Basmalis is likely specifically holding for a bomb. I think he'd want to cycle as much as he could to get Fellowship, but with only 7 cards left in his deck, maybe he recognizes there's nothing worth drawing out either. Rutila may have already cycled more cards than Basmalis started with. But yeah, dropping some jewelry. Ring of Fury for damage +2 on Durin. Ring of Retribution on Gimli. Not sure that either is going to have an effect that particularly matters here. Rutila's commenting on how one of those plays was particularly good and just says nice. I wonder if there's something I'm missing here. Is it just the extra vitality from the Ring of Retribution? Gimli swaps over the Dwarven Armor. Yeah. 3 threats added when the move completes. 1 more with Kantea, who's going to start discarding. Yep. Get the helm and the bracers. But he does have 4 vitality. Nelia is going to be damage +1. But yeah, if there's a double return play, that of course assumes that Nelia survives. Durin is damage +4 here at strength 17. Because if Kantea is the one... Oh, we're talking about Return to its Master being played, but Gimli hasn't put on the ring. Oh, maybe. Right. There were... Yeah, 3 of them were already in the discard pile as well. Which is a fact that Basmalis may well have been aware of, but I was not. All right. We've got 1 game still going, so I'm going to hop into that. Take a look at Sithora versus Chadwick. Chadwick is on top here. Sithora dropping his last Goblin Armory as we enter the chat. It's got They Are Coming and Relics of Moria already in play. Chadwick is moved to site 8 with 19 Twilight on the table. Grabbing a Goblin Runner with Host of Thousands, dropping a Scimitar to start off the massive Twilight ad. That card draw, he's still only got enough to be able to use Host of Thousands once, but he may well have several more minions in hand. Scavengers tutors another Scimitar. Don't wonder if there's some thought going into it. Oh, Kyle says in the Twitch stream they can only hear one person talking. Yeah, Kyle, did you hear Ketura just there chiming in saying that he wasn't gone? Nope, somebody else is saying it's true. Only one person is talking. Has that been true this entire set of matches? Have you only been hearing me? These are all things I... Oh, okay. Well, they've missed out on all kinds of banter. Oh, let me... I'm just going to put OBS back on screen, if you don't mind, Ketura. Can you walk me through how to make it pick up the computer audio? I've got it set here for the mic. Should I be... Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can choose different devices. Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, this is my head. Oh. So is this supposed to hear what I hear? Let's try that. Can you say something? Did I turn you off? Ketura? Oh no. I think that... Ketura? Can somebody in the chat tell me if Ketura is now talking and I've somehow lost my own ability to hear? Well, I fear that is exactly what's happened. I can hear you now. Yeah, I don't think you are. No, it went back because I changed it back. How about now? No. Yeah, this one just says headset. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not. Not no. Should I do my speakers? All right. I probably have to put it on my headphones. Hello, hello. Oh. Why do I have two of the same thing? Try now?
Testing, testing.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yep.
Hey,
right.
Twitch friends. Can anybody confirm if that fixed it for everybody? Hopefully you can hear Ketura now.
Hello, it is me saying things.
Aha.
Awesome.
Hooray. Thank you all. So
Finally.
sorry about that.
Yeah, well, you can't plan on, a power outage in the middle of the stream. Like, wow, that's unfortunate. That recording is going to be messed up now, but oh well.
Well, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it at this point. It looks like Chadwick is pretty handily surviving most of these fights, but letting the Balrog send the ring Sam's way. Should mention that there's been some GEMP chat while we were dealing with that. Oh. What just happened?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why the game ended. Oh, Sam took too many threats.
Stefan looks like he's got no... Oh, no. I don't know which one you're watching, but...
Looking at the Chadwick Thora game, Chadwick tossed the ring to Sam, and then Sam died from threats.
Huh.
I wonder if that was just a miscount along the way. Interesting. So there is some chat in GEMP about what happens if somebody in the upper bracket would get a bye. And I am inclined to suggest that I do think we should stick with the results of the game so far, and as unfortunate as the bye is in the upper bracket as opposed to the lower, that's where it goes. Is there a good argument against it? Some players are saying they don't like it, but the players are fully engaged.
Nobody
in what's
likes a bye. Like,
right.
It's kind of an unfortunate situation.
Somebody's going to get a bye either way. I think we should stick with the results.
So here's what I think. I think maybe we should, since this is the upper bracket we're talking about, let's have the guy who technically lost go to the upper bracket, but we'll count it as a loss. If he loses in the upper bracket again, then that's his elimination.
That'll just set off the settings again, though. Oh no, I see what you're saying, because it'll just send them.
Yeah, so they're still technically in the losers bracket, but we'll have them play against the person in the upper bracket that would have otherwise had a bye, and we'll have the bye go to the lower bracket. And then
that makes sense to me. Who was that player?
So Stefan 77, I believe, was the one who won, but then M. Scarpado had to dip. So.
Oh wait, did M. Scarpado lose anyway?
No, M. Scarpado won. Or I'm sorry, I got that backwards. M. Scarpado won his match and then had to leave. So Stefan 77 is.
Okay.
Let me just double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what that was.
Yeah, we'll let.
Yeah, Stefan lost. So.
Stefan 77. Oh, there is some suggestion that we let somebody from the previous top 8 into the lower bracket instead. But I think
who was the number 10? Because he just said the Balrog is not here, so they had to leave already.
Still me.
So that would be Shield.
I don't know if those players are still around or if they would be interested, but that still doesn't change the fact that we need somebody in the upper bracket. So I think we should go with your idea. I think we should let Stefan continue in the upper bracket and still be one elimination from full loss. Love a thumbs
Okay.
up from Stefan, but we got to make some calls on the fly, and I think that one makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's as close as we're going to get. Okay, so I'm going to mark Stefan77 as having technically won, but that's not actually the case.
He has given us the okay.
Okay. All right, so here is the current thing. Let me post this.
So our next set of matches is going to be Basmela Sithora, Stefan77, and Distali in the top bracket playing movie. Rutil, Chadwick, M. Scarpato, and Talia, or I guess Talia with a bye, because M. Scarpato had to drop, in the bottom bracket playing Fellowship. Previous years, we've done kind of a modified double elimination. So there's a little bit of confusion from some players who have been doing this for a while. Understandably
okay,
so.
let's, yeah. And that is a weird situation. I mean, we haven't had somebody drop yet before in the top 8 once I got to that point.
Right.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get these tables going.
Yeah, let's get them up.
So we need movie block, championship, and then we are going to have Basmelis and Sithdora. And Stefan 77 with Distali, with the asterisk on Stefan 77. Okay, I think that's correct. So those two tables are up. I'm now in the process of creating the lower bracket.
We just watched Basmelis. Let's watch Stefan 77 and Distali. Get that up on the screen while you're getting the lower bracket going. Players are jumping in. Right. Stolly bidding 5, Stefan bidding 4. Both these players definitely wanting to get the first leg up. They're each running different maps, so they're not both racing for a particular start card. Though I suppose it could have been the Ritter mark if Stefan had won that bid. Going Prancing Pony from the beginning, putting Distali immediately at 6 burdens into Ankea territory before he's even moved. Got to imagine that, like with so many other games, he plans to toss the ring off to Sam, but he is not starting Sam in this fellowship.
Now, this is the sort of thing where foreknowledge of what your opponent is bringing to the table really shines. And these people have played against a few of their opponents already. So it could be that he knows that he is in a position where he doesn't need to start Sam because he's not going to run into a situation where he gets 6 burdens in the next few sites.
That could definitely be the case. We have Squires from the Twitch chat asking if the map cards are required, or is there a reason to include sites only from a particular block? And with PC Movie, the map card is required, and importantly, the map card dictates which block of sites you can use. There is no mixing and matching in this format.
At least not within your deck. Obviously, you and your opponent may mix and match, but your own private adventure deck is going to be all from one block. And the reason for the map card is that it actually gets revealed before the bidding happens. That's the reason that it's a physical card as opposed to just being a setting, right? Just being a selection that you make. And so that's so your opponent can look at your look at the fact that, okay, he's picked this particular block. I think maybe possibly he's not going to want to bid a whole lot. Like Fellowship sites get bid on high a lot because people want that Prancing Pony or they want that Hobbiton Party Field or something. But if they're going Towers, maybe they're not going to bid so much.
Well, Towers as a site path tends to lean far more into Rohan and Dunderland. You know, so it can kind of show you that you're unlikely to be facing off against, say, a Twilight Nazgul pick or a set of, you know,
that's another
red
aspect
orcs.
too. Yeah, is it kind of gives you just a tiny bit of a hint as to what your opponent might be running, which different strategies care more or less about the early part of the side path. So
there's nothing mechanically preventing somebody from going Towers path in the hopes of getting a high bid against them, only to then be dropping down, you know, some basic corruption.
I am salivating, waiting for the meta to get to the point where people can perform those sorts of mind games, knowing that I'm gonna choose this off meta play, knowing that I'm playing you in your bid strategy.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, pulling Aragorn the Prancing Pony and equipping with Enduril.
And Earl.
Enduril?
The redneck sword.
Look, I read the books and I never really thought about how to pronounce a lot of these words.
And I'm about to spank you out of Mordor.
So here's a V2 card that we haven't seen played yet. Do not trust to hope. It's a condition that plays on a Rohirrim companion. Makes them valiant, which plays off a lot of the other cards from V2. At the start of the regroup phase, you have to wound the bearer, discard the condition. So it's kind of like...
This goes on Timor. Like, that is one of the only things that Third Martial Overlord Mark doesn't have access to, right? Is the ability to be valiant. So this does at the expense of needing to wound him.
Or just being a temporary boost. You know, we've seen with...
Just be a one-site thing.
And for a long time.
Too, so it seems like...
That's true. He probably plans to keep it for right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has produced 18 Twilight on this move, which means that we're in range of flood insurance cards.
Mm-hmm. And in fact, we have seen he himself used one, the Ritual Oath of Enmity.
But nothing was played. Stolly didn't play anything.
It's possible that in his hubris he did not include any flood insurance.
It could be. Yeah, he's running
I know that some people are definitely hiding behind the fact that, hey, there's enough flood insurance going around that I don't have to rely on actually including it myself.
Yep. You know, or you think that, yeah, that'd be nice, but like I really want to be able to just dump my hand. You know, we see the same thing in Fellowship Block a lot with people who don't include a Balrog because they expect that they'll have a better play. But every so many games, you just don't have the right hand for it, and boy, do you wish you had a Balrog.
Now it's 24.
Yeah, doubled right through it.
That would be really nice. Oh, nope, he does have one.
Was he bluffing? He's running the one that lets him take up to 4 shadow items into hand. So probably going to drop some ships.
So he was just doing math. So he pulled himself 4 pole arms. Or no,
oh my goodness.
2 pole arms, 2 Raider bows. Oh, he's going for the throat. That was not a pause of hubris. That was a pause of...
That was...
Do I have
very tactically played. Yeah, that is 10 Twilight that will be added for 5 uses of the captain.
And there's 5 burdens on the table. This is devastating.
Pillager did not trigger here, but is still 13 Fierce that potentially gets massive with the captain in play. Yeah, this is a huge play. Not even trying to think he can get through it. He's letting Frodo die, passing the ring off, and preventing the captain from being able to overwhelm the rest of his companions here. There There will still be a few wounds laid down, one imagines. Oh, visions from afar! Sign Eastling, the ring bearer, can add a burden to prevent it. He's got to add the burden.
So now a burden's back, but he needs that second one
doesn't
to really be...
Doesn't have one more. Oh, that was a very clever play by Dostali, but it didn't quite pay off.
He threw Frodo under... Oh, no.
Fierce in despair.
Okay, soon.
Discarding Aragorn.
You pulled that Aragorn out with your prancing pony. He can prance on back to where he came from. Oh, what a devastating
Oh
turn.
my goodness. What an interesting choice for the discard, though. Aragorn was, I know, tutored, but is in the deck and may have more copies of. I generally think of those being the best targets being the starting fellowship, but I clearly don't know Stefan's deck. Maybe there is only the one copy in there.
It's quite possible that there is another Aragorn, and then if he wants to play it, he has to pay 4 Twilight again, which is
true. Yeah, we've got Sting coming out.
Stefan could not throw Frodo under the bus faster. He's just like, okay, fine. I'm done with this guy and his addictions. Get out of here. Eomer would also possibly have been a very solid pick. I think the fact that he bid and went for that prancing pony, right? Or no, which deck is he?
Yeah, Dostali did go first.
The Dostali was the one that provided the prancing pony, not Stefan. So okay, so his deck was not built around the assumption that he would have Aragorn.
It might have been, though. He did bid high, and we didn't see his Site 1. It could have been the Rittermark. Gandalf coming out, Theoden. Stefan shoring up the...
Just very quickly. Yeah, you didn't see anything. This is fine. This is all according to plan.
Yeah, we're getting our ships and the Easterling army out. Visions from afar is going to force another burden here.
And that finally gets that 2.
Yeah, he's got to fight to get back up to 5, but if he ever does, he's won the game. You know, Sam doesn't have the same kind of resistance that Frodo did. Well, you don't think of Easterlings usually as winning by corruption. You know, they get enough burdens to pull off their stuff. They absolutely can against Sam.
That 5 resistance is such a huge gap.
Yeah, it's a massive difference. And Easterling cards are kind of designed to get harder at adding burdens as you have more burdens, but enough of them are designed to get you to 6 burdens that I think you could absolutely pull off a corruption victory if you kill Frodo at Site 2 like that. Or Site 3, I suppose.
Yeah, this much progress on Site 4, corruption is definitely in reach. But at the same time, you know, it would only take one more site that was that devastating to just wipe out the rest of the Fellowship too. So there's lots of paths to victory right now for Dostali on the shadow side.
Yep, no, absolutely. Going up here, putting Eowyn against the army, unless there's a sword or something coming out, yeah, that is another dead
this
companion.
works too, right? I could slowly whittle them down.
Right, just be big enough, right? Yeah, he's killing off his 6 strength companions, because that Easterling does spot 2 burdens and can get up to a 15. Both Aemir and Gandalf would be overwhelmed at that level. Clearly highlighting who his preferred companions are here. But potentially, as we saw in the previous game with Dostali and Balrog, putting themselves in a position where they can no longer play that army. Arislit's hitting the table. Be able to discard hides with that. Moving on to the Breached Wall. The number of sites you control counts as +1. He does already control 2 sites, thanks to the flood insurance. I've forgotten what the Dunlin one is called. The Ritual Oath of Enmity. But being able to go 3 could be big if he's got a Hillman Horde. Oh, there was no. I'm wrong about who's... Do we just very quickly play nothing and then move?
Yeah, I think that might have been
That was a very fast turnaround. I was talking about what I expected, and suddenly the other person had Shadow on the table. Easterling Guard getting absolutely destroyed, but putting burden number 3 on Sam.
Do not trust to hope getting ditched because there's too many dead people. The vitality on Aomir just cannot be spared.
Yeah, got strength +2 for the 1 turn, which was meaningful here potentially. Didn't matter in this particular matchup, but it very well could have if different minions were played. Wizard is never late, grabbing Gandalf and going to 6 companions. Moving Brago over to let Gandalf be Valiant. Firefoot on Aomir and the Red Dawn hitting the table. Along with the Royal Guard. Destali's in really good shape on his fellowship here. But Dunland can swing things pretty quickly. They tend to be so horde focused that they might do not a whole lot until they're doing way too much.
It only takes a couple of wins too for those war clubs to really start picking apart his setup.
Yeah. An Elder and a Hilton Horde being tutored in here from the discard pile. War Club on the Elder to bring them both to 14. Nobody on Destali's side is strong enough to be able to take them without some kind of boost. And as noted in the last match we watched, Tell the Red Dawn really doesn't do that much against Dunland because it causes exertions and not wounds. So War Club on our Fierce Damage +1 Dunland Elder. Rekka giving a 3rd sight, which is going to cause both Freka and the Hillman Horde to also become fierce.
Deep in thought getting rid of that over the Eisen now that he's gotten all his value needs.
Yeah. Plenty of Twilight out there for hides. Freka is not going to be getting killed this turn.
Or no, sorry, Ready to Fall is the one that he would have liked over the Eisen. Kind of killed off Eowyn and a couple others.
Yeah. Yeah, over the Eisen's assignment, Ready to Fall is tutoring. And there's another tutoring one for if they've double moved. Oh, Eckenbrand coming out to get rid of the War Club. That's going to be meaningful here. Yeah. Looks like we're still seeing Destali probably losing us several skirmishes, but not losing all of their items to go along with it. Eowyn taking the wound for her brother.
Another one.
Yeah, going for the overwhelm on Theoden. It is tall and proud, so him dying is kind of in the plan, but that is likely something he didn't plan to do.
And get rid of. Oh no!
Oh,
it's not his time yet.
No, I expect he's either waiting for the fierce skirmish just so he can absorb another hit, or he's going to spread these along and stop the sanctuary. Yeah, they are all fierce because of the number of sites that are controlled.
Well, they wouldn't be if Tall and Proud had pulled out Rohirrim army to just discard the Horde.
That is true. Putting the Elder on Frodo.
If he adds a burden from the ring, he's not... Hyde's just absorbing all that damage bonus.
Yeah, using the Royal Guard.
Interesting. I suppose there are other things in the deck that he can use to possibly heal up the Rohirrim Guard.
Maybe.
Royal Guard.
I wonder if he is somehow planning a double here. No, he didn't discard with Sting. So, never mind. I'm not sure what the plan was as opposed to putting that wound on somebody else. That would have been less risky.
It's definitely around this time that I think we're going to start seeing mistakes simply from sheer fatigue.
Yeah.
People having already played through 6 rounds, and now they're on their 7th, which is the first round of up to 6.
Sounds right. We've had up to 5, I think.
So there's the upper bracket round 1 that we just did. And then right now we're in the upper bracket round 1 and lower bracket round 1. Then there will be a lower bracket round 2 where the upper bracket just doesn't do anything.
Oh, gets a break, right.
And then upper bracket round 3 plus lower bracket round 3, and then lower bracket round 4, and then finally the finals.
Yep.
So it's 6 total rounds. I guess in theory we could run the upper bracket a little bit faster, but all that does is concentrate all the break that they have in one spot instead of spreading it out.
Yeah. We've got the Eastern Guard coming in, putting for Sam up to 4 burdens. The army is exhausted and will be unable to use their ability, but is putting down some wounds. Another V2 card I don't think we've seen yet. We saw Eckenbrand come out. Nope.
Yep, yeah.
This one allowing you to remove up to 3 non-unique Rohirrim companions from your dead pile from the game. Doesn't let you recycle anything. I don't think in this particular instance it actually did anything. But it does potentially allow you to have a whole bunch of, elite horsemen and such that can fall and then be replaced by additional cards from your deck. You go theoretically up to 12 companions throughout the game. Narya coming in for Gandalf, ensuring that he's got the vitality to stop any kind of shenanigans that are going to happen. Or the like.
Definitely just smacking Quay on the head. Yeah, I've got 6 companions. What of it?
All right, so we got an Over the Eisen, which is going to let you spot size you control to assign men, not play them, and a No Retreat, which if you can get 2 men in play and keep them alive to the regroup phase, can force a double. But only if the move limit allows. So this doesn't do anything if he doesn't play enough men that he can keep alive.
Hillman, Horde, and Freka out.
Yep.
Just needs 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, that is Site 4. I don't think he needs it. They're both fierce. They're both damage +1. If he can keep them both alive.
Yeah, Freka's only at 9, though. Like, it's going to be pretty easy for Aramir.
But he can assign. He can assign Freka. He can
that's true.
put Freka on Eowyn or Eckenbrand. Though I suppose Freka is fierce, which could make that less useful, and you might actually be discarding hides here rather than removing 2.
Right.
Question is, do you use Over the Eisen to assign Freka to somebody meaningful, or do you assign the Hillman Horde to Amir? Yeah. Putting Freka on Eowyn. I think that's a good choice. Eowyn being able to continuously prevent those additional wounds.
Now here comes the army, and the army's going
to discard. Well, doesn't matter which one. Army discarding any of these is going to stop the force double.
And getting rid of the fierce is going to make this easier to deal with.
Yeah. Knowing Dastali, though, it would not surprise me if he chooses to double anyway.
I ain't going because you wanted to. I'm going because I wanted to.
Let us be swift, discarding a couple of conditions and liberating a site. Getting rid of that potential forced move and the Over the Eisen.
That's to stay, though.
Yep. Thundering Host hitting the table. Brago and Eckenbrand so that either of the Rohirrim companions can use Thundering Host. Tutoring a Rider's Spear. Not playing quite as much as usual here. Oh, but he is assigning, and if he prevents it, the game will be over from a corruption. This could be the end right here.
Forced. What do they call that?
Yeah. Forced assignment on Sam.
Yep, that's that.
What a game.
Excellent game. Excellent play from Dastali, really showing off the benefit of those flood insurance cards, not just the ones that everyone uses that allow you to pull up conditions or minions, but he found a good way to turn 4 items into an absolutely lethal combo.
Yeah, that was devastating early play.
Okay, so with that, I think that's Stefan77 completely eliminated from the tournament.
Yes. Yeah, which brings us back down to just 1 less game in the lower bracket. But no more, no buys next round.
Well, actually, yeah, this might reduce the number of the number of rounds that we have to do.
So I've pulled up
I guess so.
Best Mouse versus Sithora, who's got quite the hospital going.
Four Hobbit party guests. A Rosie, a Gaffer, a Philibert Bulger, a Bilbo.
Frodo, old Bilbo's heir. There's no shortage of healing happening here.
He's even got Griffoboffin, the V1 Hobbit ally.
Oh, way over there. Yeah.
Looks like he played it last though, so probably didn't even
didn't get a whole lot out of it. Yeah, a couple of promises and everybody knows, but not quite as set up for the fights as probably wants to be, but very well set up for the healing. Not sure how big this deck started at, but a little bit more than halfway through it, or no, quite a bit more than halfway through it looks. So you expect to see more of those cards tumbling through as he moves over the next few sites. Smells, on the other hand, we've seen several times now, but is pretty well set up. 2 no retreats in play. Just that many more things that can force the double. Can't use them both in the same turn unless somehow the move limit's been increased by the Free People's player. I don't believe the Shadow player can increase the movement limit. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Ketura.
I'm not sure that I know of any cards that do that on the Shadow side that increase the move limit. That would be an interesting card.
Yeah. Feels like it would have to be like a cost. Increase the move limit to do whatever.
And for that to matter, it'd have to be a cost at a time that would actually be disadvantaged to you. Otherwise, you just do it at a time when you know they're not going to go.
Sure. Yeah, ready to fall, hitting the table, being able to spot 2 sites, which he can do, exactly 2, to play them in from the discard pile. Didn't have the Twilight here to get a whole slew of them. But the Dunlin Elder in play, and Frodo using the Phial of Galadriel to remove his text ability, causing him to be a mere 7 to Frodo's 8.
Shut up, old man.
Does the Phial remove it for until the regroup phase, or just for the skirmish?
Until the regroup phase.
So he's not going to get that Fierce back in between.
And he's probably not going to survive unless he spends the... no.
Oh, Burn Every Village used, giving a +4 boost here to bring the Elder into winning territory, which importantly will trigger that War Club. Getting rid of, guessing, Sting and a Hobbit Sword.
Yeah.
I think that was clever plays by both of them. That ability's still removed, though. Takes away the Fierce, no additional skirmish there. Alright, so I don't know what happened to Ranger of the North that caused him to be exhausted, but not dead. Clearly didn't take on 4 minions at once. He's healed back up, along with 1 more wound off of Gimli. Bring up Guile coming through for Uri, which allows you to cycle events if you need them. Yep. And transferring the Dwarven Armor. It's the 2nd game in a row we've seen him move the Dwarven Armor off of Gimli. Clearly not super worried about Gimli having to deal with that overwhelm, but somehow thinking that others might. This is a Moria deck.
He was definitely in range of needing it.
Right, yeah, and as a Moria deck, it could be that just it was more likely to be double stacked there, or maybe there's a Belrog that keeps showing up. He really wants somebody to be able to survive it without having to have Durin take those wounds. Sithora doesn't play anything in the Shadow phase. Only 11 Twilight on the table. Could be that it just wasn't enough to get anything out. Could be a bait.
I mean, this is Moria we're talking about. He could at the very least discard 6 cards from hands to play 2 goblins.
Sure, absolutely, but definitely don't want to burn hand of good cards if they're going to help you. Just I suppose it depends on what you're trying to pull off. I do see the system says Basmalis left the room though, and I hope everything's all right there. Oh.
Yeah, just a minor hiccup.
Yep. Doesn't say he's come back in, but it does show him playing, so clearly he did go for that double move.
That was a bluff, yeah.
Yeah, scavengers, relics, pulling relics with the Host of Moria. Ooh, what was that? Valiant and Foolish. Oh, using the flood insurance there to cycle and draw a couple of cards. It's not.
Oh, so he didn't use that for the main one, just the.
Nope, didn't.
Got it. I mean,
didn't draw 4 conditions. I think he started with enough Twilight. Had he chosen to play it in that order, but may not have. He's got his important conditions out. I suppose more armories would go well, but the rest of them, he's in pretty good shape for at least a turn.
Here comes the infamous Goblin Patrol Troop.
Change that really fast.
One that,
yeah, drawing some extra cards by exerting itself and other unique Moria minions, like the Host. Drawing cards to get some more goblins out. We're just now at the point where they're matched in numbers. Oh, got one more with the Troll's keyword, which can be exerted twice from the Patrol Troop, being unique itself. Only 2 cards left in hand. Do you have any more Scimitar? Oh!
Yeah, he might regret not having that Dwarven armor there.
An Uruk Foot Soldier. Yeah, I think it's just the movie version of the 1-cost Red Orc Tracker.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aragorn exerting out, ready to fall for the cause here.
That still leaves 6 minions for 4 dwarves.
Yeah, if
so
Aragorn takes
3 minions on Gimli. Obviously, he takes the Host. Obviously, he takes
the Patrol Troop.
The Goblin Patrol Troop.
Scavengers. Both Scavengers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to leave... Can I rearrange these? I can.
Oh, wait, he was made Defender +3. That's right. Yeah, so he'll take 4 guys.
He'll take
out.
4. So it's going to be
okay,
5 for 4 dwarves. I think any of them are fine here, but I do understand why Uri may have wanted that armor, at least for the 1 turn. It will not surprise me in the least if it gets passed straight back to Gimli before he tries to walk to Site 9.
Yeah, that actually would be a fantastic call if it did turn out to, if he saw this coming. Keep Uri alive.
Yeah, I figured you probably can't put 22 strength on Gimli once he puts that ring on, but you probably could put 12 on Uri and then swap it back over. Using Aragorn here is definitely not... You want to hold him till 9 if you can, but it's a very good call to say, nope, this is the point in time where Aragorn does the valiant thing. Yeah, Tracker's going to go Uri or Gimli. I don't know that it matters. Yeah. Going on Gimli. Yeah, I think that's actually the right call. Gimli's got his traditional battle axe, so not putting on Gimli would let you get a kill somewhere else. I don't know that that's going to meaningfully change anything, but it could have if the Uruk Foot Soldier had jumped in somewhere else. Yeah, stacking on the Goblin Swarm. Getting himself better set up for next turn.
Chill could absolutely just get rid of that.
That said, I don't see any dwarves that are more than damage +2, and Gimli doesn't have the vitality to survive, or not to survive, but to exert twice for Bloodrun's Chill.
Fair. Gimli's damage +4. Durin is only damage +1.
Yeah, although I suppose Gimli is probably going to fight that Uruk foot soldier if he does have Brother's Chill, because he'll heal when he wins from Lennar. Aragorn's going to die, so the threats will be cleared. He'll be able to just add 2 more. Aragorn versus 48 strength.
Now, all of those going on the Goblin Swarms, it might actually not be a good idea to put them all on there.
Yeah, I think that I would. Bloodrun's Chill at damage +4. I would leave at least a couple out. Save the ones that you think you're really going to need.
Yeah, why bring the keyword? He's not really one that...
No, but he did.
Interesting.
Well, leaving the Host of Moria probably because he's got the Scimitar. But he put the... Yeah, he put the Uruk on Durin, not on Gimli to get the heal. So he may well have been prepared for it like we were thinking, but Best Malice doesn't have it. Our hobbits healing up at the sanctuary, not even bothering to need their allies to do it for them. Swords coming back down. Yep. It's such a huge support area. Might be a nice UI upgrade if this could go to 2 lines.
Or somehow cluster them in a way that...
Yeah. Stacks them up nicely. Promises stacked on each other, at the very least. He used Bilbo.
Like they're literally stacked.
Yeah, discarding his red book to get rid of... I think it was Over the Eisen. Ready to Fall, not Over the Eisen. Aragorn coming out. He's putting himself in really good shape for these moves, but he is too far behind to be able to catch up.
Bounder. Yeah, like he took too long to get all this out, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, both these players are very low on cards. Best Malice did have another Ready to Fall, ready to go. So he's able to play from his discard pile, which is important here. Getting all 4 Dunland Elders out. 2 sites controlled. War Club on one of them. And moving from there.
And no retreat in play.
No retreat in play. Could absolutely force the double here. Aragorn's going to take them all, it looks like, but they are fierce. Yeah, they will all fight a second time, and
that second time they won't have their swords.
Right.
Those are all going to go away.
Oh, Aragorn's going to fight them the second time, it looks like. Not a bad call there. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That's picking how to do stuff in the right order is all of...
yeah, absolutely.
That's what the game's all about.
Except that you're going to lose your weapons and have that not matter, though he's almost certainly going to be forced to move again.
Pippin, though, not able to... oh, no, Bounder. Right, he's got so many Bounders.
It's the second of 3 that he's using just there.
Got to leave one in reserve for the Ring Bearer.
Yeah, the Ring Bearer at the moment can survive without a Bounder.
But there's always the possibility of...
always the possibility.
An event or something.
Yeah, he may well be holding an event because Tale of the Great Ring is in play. Doesn't want to use it until it's going to guarantee the overwhelm.
Very, very wise. Yeah, that...
Yeah. Getting rid of a sword and a frying pan.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen the Defender bonus on Aragorn used like this before. where
Yeah, it's until the
you front
regroup
load it, but then
phase.
don't use it until the fierce. It seems so weird and backwards. Like, but I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's well played,
There
and
it
yep,
goes.
there's our no retreat played, forcing the double. Smells has got a few new cards in hand for another War Club. He's got Ready to Fall. Oh, and Over the Eisen now.
Yep, here it
not
goes.
that it's gonna probably make too much of a difference.
That will, though.
You know, I mean, just more
Damage
minions
+1
in
on
general
everybody.
here. No, he doesn't have 4 sites. He's only got 2 sites controlled.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah, there and back again getting used here.
I bet, like you said, he's holding on to an event for Tale of the Great Ring.
Yeah, I would expect so. He's got the
So where
Twilight
does he
to
use his
assign some of
Twilight?
these. You know, he could.
He's got. I think that you used Ready to Fall on. There's still a Bounder left.
Yeah, I think you put a 14 on.
Does it make a difference where the 14 goes? And this is where the math has to be done, right? Like.
Right.
You,
yeah, 24
big
versus 26. No, he's not using it at all. Basmela says it doesn't matter. I'm going to trust his math and see where he's putting the rest here. Do you put it? Do you stack? Yeah, Frodo. 1 Bounder left, 1 Tale of the Great Ring. Enough Twilight so Escape can't be used.
And you can't really. Oh man, yeah, that's just enough for a Bounder to not matter, right?
Yeah,
Because...
yeah, he would need some kind of. Oh, he can put on the ring, and then Bounder.
Yeah, there we go. Ring gives him +2, and then Bounder will get him up to. So you need to get 30, which he's not going to hit.
Right.
Okay, so that one survived, but I think Pippin's. I don't think Pippin's getting out of here.
I don't think Pippin is. I don't think Merry is. Yeah, Sam's surviving, but is getting exhausted, so those promises turn off. Is there an event? You know, if he's got a Hobbit Intuition or something, then Merry will be okay. Oh, discarding Everybody Knows to make him not overwhelmed unless his strength is tripled. I always forget that that's one of its options.
Huh.
Yeah. It's always, you know, generally used specifically for its
yeah, no,
boost effect.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's one that you always want to keep out.
Yeah. Pippin does die. The Hillman Horde is not fierce, but the Dunlin Elders all are. You know, you gotta put it on Frodo, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the Oil Breath, he's got the Mithril Coat.
Yeah, the Mithril Coat does mean those damage bonuses don't stack up on him. Yeah, Tale of the Great Ring.
There it goes. Now, does he have the event held in hand?
Now's the time to use it.
Puts on the ring just in case. No event.
Yeah, Merry and Sam both gonna die. But the game is not over. Basmala still needs to make it to Site 9. Trying to use no retreat again, but the move limit does not allow.
I said no retreat. Stop it.
Baron coming out, giving us back up to 5 companions. Gimli's Helm, and yep, moving that Dwarven Armor back over to Gimli. Maximizing chances of survival here. With Moria, there's
a Moria deck using Toll Brandier against Basmelis. Do not quote the ancient magic to me, which I was there when it was written.
Well, and it's especially fun because he's using the Uruk-hai trackers from Towers Block, so he does get some extra fierce people in here, yeah. But if those are the only fierce things, and Gimli can't be overwhelmed unless it looks like a 36, I don't think it's gonna end up mattering too much unless somehow the damage bonus is high enough to cause a corruption, but that seems unlikely.
8 cards still in hand.
Yeah. Host of Thousands.
One of them's a Host of Thousands. I was complaining about him not putting Host of Moria or something on there. You use it to pull a Goblin Runner?
You could have pulled a Host of Moria to pull a Goblin Runner.
Yeah.
It's got 3 or 4 cards left. Oh, okay. One of them was a Host of Moria. Fine. Okay. Playing another runner. That's Best Malice's runner.
I guess you can both play a Goblin Runner and play Host of Moria to pull a Goblin Runner. Whatever.
This is quite the swarm. He did leave one Twilight on the table. That feels unfortunate. He had 3 cards in hand. Nope,
one
no
Dwarf
more.
And Moria.
Yeah.
To wound X minions.
No, definitely going to hit the 3-footman.
4/3.
Yeah, saving the scavengers, but all 3 of the Urks die. That's big. Nothing is fierce. Ring of Guile to grab a event.
Do it again, Sam.
Can you do it on Gimli? Is it
1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Would that make the difference? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that would absolutely.
Yeah, only 1 armory on the table. Yep. Not even.
Did someone time out? No, he
No,
conceded.
That's a concession. Yeah, well played. All right. I'm guessing that's our final match going on.
Yep. Yeah, the other 2. Stefan 77 did lose to Distali, and then.
All right, so Stefan is
Chadwick
out.
Beat Ratil, and Chadwick beat Ratil, and so Ratil is now eliminated. So now we have to figure out this mess of a bracket.
Yeah, so
all right.
Talia against Thithora and Best Malice against Distali. Right?
Yep, and Chadwick gets a bye. So this round, I think Distali and Best Malice will just wait, unless we want them to. Well, I mean, I don't know. What should we do? We can either space them out so that they have 2 different game breaks, or we can have Best Malice and Distali play this round, and then they have to wait 2 whole rounds until whoever the winner of that is will wait 2 whole rounds until the finals.
So definitely not feeling confident on who's going to win that semifinals match. It might be better for Best Malice if we do the double weight, because if he beats Distali, that lets him have an hour at dinner with his family, which is where he is right now. But do we have the setup for sure?
So it's gonna be Chadwick versus Sithora, and then Best Malice versus Distali.
Oh, because Talia is still in.
Oh wait. Yeah, no, you're totally right. It's gonna be Taliel
versus Sithora.
So actually, yeah, let me. This is a win. It's a bye, but okay. So Taliel against Sithora, and Stefan 77, or yeah, Chadwick gets the bye.
Yep.
All right. All right. Let's update everybody with this.
All right. You're getting that set up, Ketura. I'm going to take just one moment. I'm pretty sure me muting my mic's not gonna cause people to not hear you. Apologize in advance if it does.
Yeah, I don't think it should. All right, let's see here. So there's just 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's not very many left. Sorry, folks, to those of you still tuned in, I am currently trying to figure out if Basmelis and Distali want to take care of their upper bracket match now, or if they want to wait for this losers round 2 to finish. So we're hearing from both of them, waiting to see what they say.
Do whichever.
Yeah, from our perspective, it actually doesn't make any difference. So I think that it is fair to leave it up to them.
Yep. No, I think that's an excellent call. The 9th course is coming any minute.
Okay, I think that means he wants to enjoy it. So let's go ahead for the moment and assume we're just going to do the losers round 2.
I think that makes sense, and that gives us a chance to watch some Fellowship.
All right, so let's go ahead and get this set up.
Yeah, so Chadwick with the bye.
All right, let's see here. So now we're back to Fellowship.
Love the attitude there, Best Mouse. Right, I'm excited for a Fellowship match.
Oh, which one is this? This is lower bracket. And... oh, I've lost my... oh.
Yeah, lower bracket, Sithora and Talia.
Round 2.
Talia.
Talia versus Sithora. Okay.
He's happy with his easy deck choices. All right. Our game is up. Oh. Both bid 0. Nobody itching to push there. Sithora winning the coin flip. Starting at the town center. So we're going to see another Hobbit Hospital, I think.
Naturally, yeah, with old Bilbo's there's Frodo on Sithdora's side.
Yep. And Pippin, friend to Sam. This might be not hugely dissimilar from his movie deck, playing two variations on the same theme.
And I think that's smart. If you can find a strategy that works on both sides, in both formats, then you can give yourself less whiplash if you find yourself traveling between the different brackets.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. You can find yourself kind of hamstringing yourself a little bit in movie, where perhaps you could have gone more optimally if you were willing to branch out more. But I think in this case, he's chosen a good.
I seem to recall
variation.
that one of the years, I can't recall which, during the Swiss rounds, Basmelis had two decks that were very different. And then when he went into the final top 8 cutoff, he had two decks with shadows that were almost identical, which I think was for that same sort of reason.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense. I know when I was playing, instead of commentating, it wasn't terribly uncommon that I would bring a Pipeweed deck to movie, just so that I didn't have that same context switch. I, of course, never made the top 8, so maybe don't take my advice. Courses for the hobbits. All right, looks like we're sacrificing Aragorn very early to this Bree Streets.
Ouch. I mean, these are pretty dangerous. Big ol' Inquea, big ol' Cantea, big ol' Nelia.
Yeah, two of them are fierce. Nelia is not. One bounder.
There's a pounder. So who is the important one to keep around? I think, honestly, you can sacrifice Pippin in this situation.
I don't think you have to. I think you put somebody fighting bounder.
For one of them, but then on the other...
Right. Oh, no. So if you put Enkea fighting bounder, bounder is a Site 2 ally.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You exert bounder to keep Frodo alive, and then let him
I think, was the move.
Lose the skirmish.
It's easy to forget that the bounder is a home Site 2 ally. They could have actually skirmished.
Yeah.
Kintea frustrated that there's no weapon to get.
Exerting for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, we got a stealth card. Okay.
Like, you don't need to sacrifice a bounder, I suppose, if you got the event for it.
I still think it would have been more fun if Bounder was the one who used Hobbit Intuition.
That would have been just the way to screw with the other guy's mind, to think, oh man, I didn't think you'd kill the ally. Oh man, I didn't think you'd use the intuition on the ally. Like, at that point, you'd be like, I have no idea what to expect from this man.
Right. So we've got Keen-Eyed Legless and Vengeful Longbeard on Flail's Fellowship here. Two, both V1, right? Yep, two V1 allies, or companions. Moria that we expected. Nice setup condition-wise from Sithora right there. And I don't know if Tlail's running Gandalf in this deck, but don't expect a ton of condition removal from what we see so far.
This is the deck I remember. I think this might be the Site 6 ally one.
Okay, so we'll expect to see some Secret Sentinels if that's the case. Dropping a pair of promises to try to keep Frodo and Sam alive from those Nazgul. I think Nazgul is one of the harder matchups for Hobbit Hospital, because it's not about how many wounds you can absorb, it's about whether or not you can survive each skirmish from an overwhelm.
Right. Now, Sam's going to help with that. Oh, wait a minute, Hobbit Farmer.
Yeah, he went first.
Center.
Yeah, the town center would have been the one. Being able to get a lot of draw out from playing those hobbits. Farmer Maggot keeping most of the Fellowship healthy. No Gaffer or Rosie for the rest yet. Oh, Black Breath's a real problem for Hobbit Hospital too.
Yeah.
So Thor's gonna have to be really careful about where that goes. Nelia is not fierce yet, so if he can cancel a skirmish, he could get rid of it with Bilbo. Yep, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Well-spoken gentle hobbit is excellent at getting rid of support area conditions, but as soon as that makes it to a companion, it is most likely there until that companion leaves play. I don't think in Fellowship block hobbits have any way of getting rid of those. Aragorn being a companion in this deck might suggest that there was some Athelis.
Athelis, yeah.
Athelis.
Athelis. I'm actually not sure how to pronounce Athelis. That's one that I should find that out.
Moving right along here. Moria is no longer roaming, but such a small fellowship. There's not a lot of Twilight on the field. Goblin Runner's going to help with that a little bit.
I think you were closer. I think Token Gateway says Athelis.
Athelis. Kingsfoil.
Yeah, there we go. Good enough.
Oh, we've got a cave troll. I couldn't find the buttons on this particular commentary.
Yeah, it's because of the darn stage. I don't know why, but the stage doesn't give us access to the dang buttons.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
We'll figure that out one day so we can have Boromir say it instead of me.
For those not in the know, we have a soundboard with a bunch of Lord of the Rings quotes from the movies, and this would have been, they have a cave troll.
Yeah, this is a big drop against him. That cave troll's super dangerous, but there's enough minions out that Frodo's going to have to fight quite possibly two of them.
Now, there's a Dwarven armor and a Gimli's helm. Gimli. So I think he's going to take one hit and then use the Gimli's helm to ditch the second one.
Maybe.
Frodo survived. Frodo's got a bounder.
Yeah, and a frying pan.
Oh, yeah, and a frying pan. Yeah, no, don't even need to use the bounder at this point. So he'll kill one of the runners. Well, there's an armory, but exiting twice isn't that big a deal.
No, Bow of the Gladrim also being on the table means that, I mean, Sithora might just choose to stack on Legolas instead of on Frodo.
Yeah.
That might be the better play here.
Yep, there we go. Gimli against the troll. Spread out the runners, and then, yeah, where do you put the bowman? Yeah, you called it. Put it right on Legolas.
I'm actually a little surprised. I think I would have put it on Gimli.
Let's see. Would it do anything on Gimli? He'd be 19, but he's got the Dwarven armor that gives him the triple.
Oh, he does have Dwarven armor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's not.
He's got armor and helm. Yep. You even said armor, and I heard bracers because it's Fellowship block, and who runs armor in Fellowship block?
Yeah, who runs armor in this block? Well, the people that know what they're doing, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah, so it's not common that we actually see a lot of use of Moria Swarms as a major tactic at this level of play. Yeah, so often there's just so much condition control that the Swarms is kind of there as an afterthought. But stacking two runners and a bowman this early is potentially huge for the Sith Lord.
Yeah. Especially because it can keep snowballing. Like, next time that you have a mediocre hand that puts out 3 orcs, well, now you can double that to 6 orcs, and then they're all going to win, and then they're going to stack all those 6 again, and then it's just going to keep going.
Yeah, now we could see, Bilbo dropped or...
He did this backwards. He should have taken his lumps on the first one. Sorry, Taliel should have. This is Taliel playing. She should have taken her lumps on the first one, taken one wound.
Discarded the helm on the second. Yeah.
And then discarded the helm on the second one, and then, yeah, you'd only have 1 wound instead of 2. Yeah, not that big of an inefficiency, but she is only on site 4, so that could end up compounding by the time she's on site 6.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Filbert Bulger coming out. Bulger coming out. PC errata, of course, on this one, stopping him from being able to stop Frodo's skirmishes if he gets assigned to a fierce minion.
Yep. And that's just to bring him in line with the general sentiment that ring bearers should not have their skirmishes canceled in movie.
Yeah, could not agree more. Up more and more.
If we really wanted to kick their legs out from underneath PC Fellowship, we could make it so that that rule is also imported back to.
Yeah, no ring bearer cancellations.
Yeah, so stealth and intuition don't work on them either.
That would be a meaningful shift in kind of beginner deck building, but I don't know if it would make a big difference in the kind of higher level meta. You don't tend to see a lot of those events in a non-Hobbit centered deck, as opposed to things like We May Yet and Serve the Sacred Fire. Nertia and Ostea hitting the table. Ostea's going to make them both fierce. They're the small Nazgul, but against Hobbits, that's enough to still be dangerous.
Yeah, so
yep.
How many bounders are there? Two
bounders in play right now. Sam and Frodo can take these hits. They can take 2 wounds each.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not the... Oh, but using there and back again. I wonder if he's already got another one in hand that he was thinking to reconcile. So I don't think he needs to.
Plus, I mean, when you have... Does he have... Yeah, he's already got Farmer Maggot out. So, and he doesn't have the Gaffer or Rosie. So, if your healing options are for Merry and Pippin, may as well use them. Now, I'm a bit surprised that he put it on Frodo. If the idea is to spread the wounds around.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because he would rather Frodo than Sam get hit with Black Breath. Not being able to remove them.
If you had the choice, why would you put it on Pippin and not on Frodo?
That I don't know. I would have put it on Frodo.
Because if Frodo gets exhausted, then a promise fizzles out.
Yeah.
And so you definitely want him to be in a position. Although maybe he would have, since he had that intuition in hand, maybe he would have just canceled Frodo's skirmish to avoid the Black Breath.
Perhaps. But they were fierce again. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have held it and tried to use it on Frodo, and if he'd canceled it, figured out who the next round was.
I'm sort of sensing that there's a logic dance that's somewhere above my head here between these two that I'm not quite grasping.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's just some kind of wondering with Frodo where he can just take more hits between the ring and his vitality before he is at risk of turning off a promise. I don't know.
Now, this is a curious use. I mean, I guess runners, like if you just have a little bit of Twilight, then you want to get them out first. But you also kind of want to hold them in reserve.
It's Site 6, or Site 5. He's assuming we're going to drop Flame of Voodoo.
Balrog, yeah.
Yeah, so generating a little bit more Twilight, getting the Scout out, Flame of Voodoo will let him potentially pull... Oh, wrong discard pile. Oh, Scavengers was not on my expected list. Yeah, no minions in the discard pile for Flame of Voodoo to pull.
Was doing math, I think.
Yep.
I probably played Scavengers and then was like, oh shoot, there's no Scimitars in there yet?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, who was left? Oh, maybe he was debating between the Scavengers and the Bowmen. I don't know. But this is not a great spot for Hillel to be in. That Balrog is going to cause some damage to somebody. Gimli doesn't have his helm anymore.
Yeah.
And there's enough minions to be able to pile on somewhere.
Yeah, this might be the end of it.
Yeah, do you put him on Frodo knowing he's got the frying pan, but you've got armories? Or do you pile on Gimli to try to make it so that the Balrog has to go on Frodo in Skirmish 2?
I think you put him on Gimli, especially because Gimli is specifically trying to avoid the Scavengers going on the swarms. So you may as well... Or you
split the difference.
What do you mean choose? Porque de los dos.
Yeah, starting with Frodo, he's not in overwhelmed territory, but double stacking here is really solid. Putting on the ring early.
Not using the frying pan.
Yeah, I don't know that it was going to make a difference.
Making sure that runner didn't stack again, I think, would have been worth the extra wound.
Yeah, there's so many armories out. I don't know.
That's fair, but I mean, you burn one of the armories. That's not a bad use of vitality either. But
that's true. Yeah, the Balrog eats Legolas. Gimli goes down to those orcs.
And maybe it doesn't really matter because God. Now, The Balrog actually is not able to get through Frodo and the Bounder.
No.
And
Frodo did already
coat, but he
put
can
on...
take 2 wounds.
Yeah, he already put on the ring. Which means he's going to take 4 burdens from this, assuming Bounder is used and there's nothing we've missed.
Oh no. Oh no. Talio misclicked and selected the Bounder.
What? Oh no.
Oh no. I mean, I think she was dead anyway, but
I think you're right, but wow. Yep. Exerts Bounder due to Bounder, chooses Bounder. Oh. Well played today, Talio.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. So let's take a look at our bracket so far. So Taliel has now lost that match. Sithdora moves on. Okay, and so now we are down to Chadwick versus Sithdora and Basmelis versus Distali.
But there's still another delay, right? We do Chadwick versus the...
So we're gonna do Bass versus Distali and Chadwick versus Sithdora, and then whoever loses between Basmelis and Distali has one last chance to get out of loser's bracket.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I know I'm the one who selected double elimination, but it still confuses me a little bit.
I mean, no worries. That's what we had last couple of years. I think it works pretty well for what we're trying to do. Makes for a good spectacle.
And I really like the ability. If we played a third format, I think triple elimination would have been really interesting. But we don't have a third format in a healthy state for PC.
Yeah. And 3 formats would be, I don't know, it might be a bit much. I do think that working sealed in somewhere could maybe be interesting.
Yeah.
But
well, this year, Nelson's doing a whole separate set of sealed.
That is true. Yeah, the Sealed Masters are going on. They're going to wrap up next month, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a league still happening to get the last player, and then next month, it's on my calendar, but I don't have it in front of me, is, say maybe the 4th, is the finals. I don't know what format the finals is going to be, but it's going to be really interesting to find out. He's done such a great job putting those together.
Yeah, those have always been fun to interact with.
Suppose I should check out the GEMP chat, make sure we don't have anything from players. Chadwick says ready to roll. Stolly's typing.
Yep.
Checking on Baz.
Yeah, I'm getting the lower bracket set up first since I think they are ready to go already.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
So we're going to get Sithdora with Chadwick 537. Okay, did that table show up for them? I can't remember if I clicked it.
I do see a lower bracket table, Sithdora and Chadwick.
Okay, perfect,
yep.
Perfect. All right.
With us having both of them playing right here and then only a lower bracket next, I think we'll watch the upper bracket here, see who's going to go undefeated between Basmelis and Distali. And then we'll check the loser of that versus the winner of Sithdora and Chadwick. Round it there. I don't know what casual fine dining means. That seems contradictory. Got a little bit of chatter on the Twitch stream just talking about how the double click is easy to do. Several people in here says it's happened to them.
Yeah, I'm torn a little bit. The Star Wars GIMP is much more fastidious about making you confirm all of the selections that you make. Which, on the one hand, it's great that mistakes happen less often, but on the other hand, that's like the 99% of time when you're not making a mistake, it slows everything down.
Yeah, when I first found GIMP, I remember getting really, especially because it'd been a decade or more since I'd played the game, really frustrated with how often I would click on something and be like, that's not really what I meant to do. But the more I play, the happier I am with the way it works. Both because it speeds things up drastically compared to constantly clicking confirm. But I think it also makes us better players. Not that mistakes can't happen, especially in a long day, double click versus single click, but not having a go back, not having that, oh, I didn't mean it, do you mind? Like, I think it teaches us to be better overall, not just in like how well we use the app, but in how we think about our plays.
Yeah, I think that what I would like to do for that is to eventually get the undo system working, because that has the best of both worlds, right? You still are sort of, told to do it this way, but if someone does mess up, then in a casual setting, your opponent can say, okay, never mind, you can undo it.
Yeah, as long as you could set a game ahead of time for whether or not that was allowed.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I wouldn't want to have the, already in game, hey, do you mind if I take that back? Because now it feels like you're just being a jerk if you say no.
So Distali and Basmelis bantering a little bit in chat, where Distali had bet 6 burdens to Basmelis's 6 resistance total on his Gimli. So he picked a number that he knew his opponent was not going to get matched. So absolutely winning that bid.
Yep, there was 0 chance. Distali getting rid of the 1 burden he added for Aragorn by dropping Pippin, Hobbit of some intelligence. Distali did walk safely to site 3. Basmelis was able to drop a good selection of
quite
conditions.
Quite a few things there from, we got constantly threatening, ready to fall, and hides down there for Dunland. So he's got a nice setup, just no wounds yet on it.
Yep. Yeah, Distali getting his ships down. I think that's an important one to make sure he doesn't get clogged throughout the course of these games.
Hare having a good point that when it comes to the confirmation, it might be nice to just have a delay between clicking on the same thing. That could possibly help, because maybe it was just a double click. I have to ask Talion and see.
Yeah, I mean, that's even something like half a second. Block.
Nobody's legitimately clicking on the same card that quickly.
Yeah, Blood Run's chilled just to get rid of the Ships of Great Draught, but allowing Basmelis to move to 3 as well, completely unhindered. Lath spell coming down for Distali. And the Red Dawn.
Siblamine pulling out Talon Proud. And Arrow Slits to get rid of those darn... Wow, this is...
Arrow Slits will help deal with hides, not conditions. The other one is conditions and site liberation. And moving to site 4, but with 23 Twilight on the field.
Ooh, let's see. That's 1 less than what the... Or no, what is the...
It's not region 1 though, so he can't play it from his deck. Yeah, it's still 18 in region 2. It doesn't go up until region 3, I don't believe.
But he had to have drawn it.
But he would have had to have it in hand. Yeah, for anyone not quite following that.
Yeah, the fact that Distali waited until region 2 to flood. So it avoids the flood insurance, but you also don't have to worry about roaming anymore either. So
right, there's going to be a bit more setup. You don't need to worry about roaming. Now, in this case, he's in a very powerful position to be able to say no. Basmelis wasn't able to capitalize. Flood insurance didn't come through, but several hands into the game, you have much better chance to actually be in a really well set up position to capitalize on that. But still,
and
not
it's worth
risking.
to stop with a single elder, because with all that twilight, he's never getting through the hides.
Right. Yeah, no, there's no way. Malice dropping an axe, getting Durant set up a little bit here. Ring of Fury says is used. It's just being transferred, right? Yeah. Oh. May have been an accident, but that one's a free one to pass around. There's no cost to trade it if it's a free item to play. Lord of Moria coming down, increasing double Lords of Moria. Those dwarves are going to be damage plus at least 2. 3 for Durin, and
here
just a lot for Gimli. Yeah, a couple of Beasterlings starting to hit the table. Yeah. If you cannot spot 2 burdens, spot another Easterling and discard a card. So we're going to go up to 2 burdens here, almost certainly, from the footmen during the maneuver phase, which is going to allow the army potentially exert for plus 2 somewhere. Oh, but it's also Mithril Mine, so we're going to be pulling...
One to play a shadow weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pole arm.
Does he have a bow in his discard pile?
Yeah, he doesn't have the captain out. I don't think that's going to matter.
Fair.
He didn't have any more weapons. This isn't any possession. It's weapon specific.
Mm-hmm.
But he does get up to 2 burdens, which is, I mean, Gimli's potentially an 11 resistance character right now. Trying to force the Easterling army against Gimli, which honestly he could take. That army's gonna exert.
He could take the fight, but really what that's asking for is the 2 burdens or the 2 threats, which in this case is the 2 threats.
Yeah. So, oh, it's got another one. It's 2 burdens anyway.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He still takes it.
Best Malice stacking those burdens. Do we have a third?
Now at the moment, Gimli is damage plus, come on, where is it?
Gimli is currently damage plus 6.
6, yeah. So that's resistance plus 6 because of his game text.
Yeah.
Able to carry 6 more burdens.
The Easterlings are unlikely to remove the Ring of Fury, which is adding 2 of that, but very well could discard the Lords of Moria. I forget what their event is that lets you discard conditions, but they do have one, and we saw Distaldi running it last game. Yeah, Easterling army exerting up to force Durin to lose that fight. Single wound on the board, but didn't need it for himself anyway. And he is fierce. Being exhausted, Aragorn could probably take him pretty safely, but I'm guessing the second wound of Durin is what's going to go down. We'll see how that plays out. Oh no. Interesting choice to put it on Lennar. That potential heal from winning fierce skirmishes, I would have expected to be of value versus Easterlings. I'm surprised to see him let go.
On the other hand, the Beasterling, I mean, if he's going for more of a choke,
that's true.
To try and make sure that there's not enough Twilight to get these big, fat, expensive Easterlings out.
Yep, absolutely true. Amir's got his spear. It is tutoring up some King's Mail. Alright, just in time for the Bridge of Khazad-dûm in case there is a Balrog play, but Smallis is dropping an Elder. Freka to grab his first controlled site. War Club to keep him alive. Arrow Slits gets rid of the War Club. I think that's a really good choice by Stali there. He's just starting to get set up with his possessions. The Elder's not triggered, but 12 Twilight for hides means unless there's an overwhelm potential somewhere, I don't think there's any risk that Freka loses the site.
There's something I've been dying to say about this Freka for a little. The full art. Can you right-click on that?
Yeah.
Got it. So I was the one that did the full art on this, and I ended up using AI extension to get the top and bottom. You can increase the size with the bar there. so the actual frame that we have in the movie is cut off here. I think the top turned out really good, but when I did the AI extension on the bottom, it put him in a turtleneck for a reason that I cannot explain. And so I had to very much cover that up and make sure it didn't show. But just know that every time you see that full art Freka, he's in a turtleneck.
That's that is wonderful. So the thing that I think happened behind Freka there was that Over the Eisen was used to assign both of those Dunlanders to fights that they could take, ensuring that they stayed alive and not needing to even bother about the hides. Destali is reconciling, leaving Basmalis with one controlled site. Basmalis had only 3 companions. I know it's entirely possible he's intentionally going lean here so that the Easterlings don't have kind of starting capital, because they're really good at putting more Twilight in the field with their bows, but they still need 10 or more to really get the play they want out. Sam coming out to remove 2 burdens is going to be very helpful here.
And one of those companions being Aragorn, he'll still be able to go out with a bang.
Yep. Beasterlings do tend to be fierce, the ones you're worried about anyway.
For sure.
So he'll
getting
take
rid of one of the rounds is still definitely
absolutely
useful.
All right, Balrog coming out. Gimli does have his helm, but of course he doesn't really want to be assigned to skirmishes here. A lot of threats to put on the field.
Yeah, not when you have to be adding threats, basically.
Durin is so close to being able to take that fight. No surprise on seeing Sam go.
Sam, fighter of Balrogs.
Yeah. Starting taking the 2 wounds. Does he have an event? No.
How thematic.
Yeah.
The only way it could have been more thematic is if
Durin had died. Yeah, this Balrog, of course, does not discard if he decides to double here, meaning he's probably stopping at 5.
Yeah, there's no way that you risk it. You can't take on both a Balrog and Easterling captain if he gets dropped. It's
just a question of, does he drop a Blood Runs Chill? It's the regroup phase has started, but Basmalis is thinking here.
I think you save it. Like Gimli being what, damage plus 6 we said? That's quite a few cards that you could nuke with it, and he doesn't really have the spare vitality to be doing it a lot. So he's got a
nope, there it is. Yeah, I do think
Balrog was enough.
So going to 6 here forces Destali's tempo, because it means that Destali has to stop at 6 or he misses his last chance at Sanctuary. Bring a Fury to get some healing. It will lower his resistance, but he's probably running more than 1 copy.
And he's not really in danger at this point. Sam did a good job throwing everything down. 9 resistance is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, 11 is enough for a captain and his gear, but I think you're in okay shape on the table right now against that. You're not getting the double, captain plus army or full setup there. Nope. Stali doesn't even bother. He didn't have enough to force something. So whether it was definitely the better play or not, it paid off. Shifting Brago over to Aragorn, giving him Endural. Firefoot on Aemir, and Shadowfax came out on Gandalf. This is a solid equipping turn. Oh, one of the villagers. Which one is this?
Lewin.
If you have initiative, discard 2 cards from hand to heal a man. Getting a little bit back there.
Now there's enough for the Ritual Oath
to
kick off.
Malice using it right now, grabbing.
That's 3 total.
Yep, 3 total. It's an interesting way that it dropped that. Oh, and a no retreat, which means if he can get 2 men to survive the regroup, he can force Distali to get the sanctuary here. Rekka's gonna make it 4.
Here comes a 4th one.
Another Elder.
He's got more for a 3rd. Not much of a defense, but he only needs a couple of these to survive to force that move, and then he'll have plenty of Twilight. If he could force the move through the sanctuary,
right,
that would be incredible.
Yeah, now we are on fellowship sites. There's no first circle of Minas Tirith here or anything to cause that to be destructive, but I wonder if you could combo no retreat cleanly with some Wizard Storms. Got Saruman as an option, but I think Wizard Storm requires an Isengard minion.
Let's see here.
Just a pondering. It's definitely
there's
not
also,
what.
What's that? Saruman that just straight up has that effect, although it requires the weather. Yeah, it's exerted an Isengard minion specifically.
Now the Dunlin Saruman does let you, if they double, throw some exertions out there. So it kind of does similar things if you wanted to really push a no retreat style deck.
I think one of the big interactions here with Leowyn is the fact that it actually can heal that Royal Guard.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
Although, if Basmelis gets his way, I think the Stalley's really going to be hurting for heals. No Sanctuary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Frekka did die to Aragorn, liberating one of those sites, but it's still plenty enough for the Dunlin Elders. Tall and Proud could die in a fierce skirmish and swap in an army. That would get rid of another one.
That still leaves you with...
Yeah, it's can you kill one more?
Now Aragorn could help that happen.
Yep.
There's only 1 hides.
Yeah, and Amir's damage plus 2.
No
Yeah, I think you kill Theoden here and pull in an army to get rid of one of the elders, so that there are not 2 minions out for no retreat.
So that there is in fact retreat. Yes.
Right. The army shows up just in time to have everybody run away. I suspect that's exactly what's happening here.
Yep.
You remove the one on
Éomer.
Yep.
Yeah, may as well get rid of the one on Éomer. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not super clean as far as his ability to fully heal up, but he's not in nearly as bad a shape as he would have been.
Yeah, that would have been... Oh, what could have been? That would have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, if Basmelis had a boost there to win the fight against Aragorn, or against Éomer. But he is dropping a couple more dwarves, including a dwarf guard, which is not super common. I think he starts it depending on what the Site 1 was. I believe we saw him start the dwarf guard with Durin and Pippin previously. So maybe it's just in there for alternate starting conditions. But against Beasterlings, more things that can die is not gonna hurt you if you don't have a great play here. Then Yuri, damage plus X, exert him to make him strength plus X, giving him, nope, not one of the damage plus rings, but boosting him up a little bit, and he will be damage plus 2 from the Lords of Moria, so potentially he's got some ability to survive against Beasterlings. Handing the hand axe off to Gimli. Interesting. Ring of Guile goes on Durin.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that. Why wouldn't you put the Ring of Guile on Uri?
Yeah.
2 small hopes and an attention of the eye. That's just being used to draw a couple cards.
Yeah, which one is
Never a bad
attention of the
thing.
eye? Oh, yeah.
Not the dangerous one.
Nope, not the dangerous one. Eastland Captain with 4 Twilight out there. 2 Burdens is potentially still 15. It's enough to win any of the skirmishes here, most likely, but with small hopes, could maybe get up to a 19. But it's not yet terrifying. The sight might cause some additional wounds.
Yes.
Yeah, if the captain, discarding Small Hope and then probably discarding the other one, using some Twilight.
No, I was going to say that seems odd to me that he would use the condition before he used the Twilight that's on the table.
I think it's a question of if you're doing it to stop a double or if you're doing it if 4 Twilight would stop a double move, losing the conditions might have been worth it.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter either way.
They all got consumed in the end.
Yeah. Bracers blocking the wound.
Smiles decides to stay. Yeah, healing up here, but knowing you're walking into the Valley of Anduin, maybe you... All right, never mind. Maybe you leave a wound on someone you expect to be fighting. Leave a couple
wounds spread around, yeah.
Yeah, Wizard is never late to grab Gwahir. Gwahir?
I think it's Gwahir, but
Gwahir.
That's another one I'll have to look up.
And then healing the Royal Guard. Yep, that was a good call. This is one of the handful of villagers that doesn't get discarded if their home site is controlled. Not that there are any tower sites on the board right now, but it is a little bit more resilient to the Dunlin that Bestmelis is playing.
Gwahir, apparently. Anyway.
Army gets their horse, which makes them valiant thanks to Gandalf. Discarding some more cards just for the sake of cycling. He doesn't have the condition that liberates sites when you lose initiative, so probably just getting some stuff out of his hand. Smelis isn't running anything initiative-based here. There are some V2 cards that give Dunlin some initiative bonuses, but Smelis is running pretty traditional. Dropping a pair of hides. And playing hides. Nothing else. Really forcing the potential for a massive swarm if Dastali does decide to move again. Yeah, Bestmelis is really low on cards once again. 13 cards total left in his deck. Or left to play. Dastali's got about half of what he started with. So I've got to think hard on this one. Do you move and accept 25 shadow, or set the pace?
It would be a pretty hilarious twist if one of those 8 was a flood insurance, and then we had Dastali have the flood insurance flipped on him.
I'm not sure what
he had a wondrous.
Yeah, I don't know what flood insurance would be useful for Bestmelis right here. He's got 3 controlled sites. Oh. Yeah, he's going. And with Gwahir, he could potentially triple to 9.
Yeah, what am I thinking? Like, he's able to use that Twilight. He's got all these ready to falls. He'll just pull out every single Elder that he's got.
Oh, yeah. He play all the minions he needs from his discard pile. He can get, I think, a Freka, and he doesn't have a Warband.
He doesn't have a Warband in his discard pile?
No.
How did that happen? We've seen them played, haven't we?
I guess not. Must have been a previous match. We've watched enough of these now. Oh, but Helmet Horde from hand.
Good. That would feel real bad if it was in the last 5 cards in your deck and you weren't able to pull them out. He's got, a Freka would be nice. Get that 4th sight on there.
Yeah, he could grab Freka, but that would leave him with only 5 Twilight, and right now he can assign 4 of the 5 by choice.
Yeah.
If he wants to.
Tricky choice.
He can still also force another move. No, he can't. Gwahir would have to be discarded for that. It's not a static. Sully could choose to move again, but he can't force Gwahir to its ability. Yeah, over the eyes and potentially... Oh, is that a Freka from hand?
Take it. Yeah. Backup from hand.
Yep.
War Club from hand.
Yeah. Eros, let's get rid of the War Club. 5 Twilight
Too many
left.
horses.
So you can do 2 assignments, or you can hold it for hides to ensure that everybody survives cleanly. I think you do the assignments here. If you can get Freka on AON, everyone keeps the extra damage +1. Yeah. Because having 4, and then the rest don't matter from Vesmalis's perspective. So you assign Freka to AON again in the Fierce Skirmish, I think. But it makes the Dunland Elders all strength +2 because it keeps the 4 sights in play.
Yeah. Damage +1, not strength +2. Yeah.
Using the guard to keep Frodo alive. Nobody assigned the Rohirrim army, which is using Aragorn to keep Éomer just big enough to not be overwhelmed, but their damage +4. Oh, he's got Kingsmail.
So he's going to be able to absorb all those wounds.
Yep. Now, keeping in mind, everybody here is fierce. This is not Distali getting out of it cleanly with that play.
Boosting himself up. Yeah, this is going to be a bloodbath.
Trying to win that fight. Damage +2, you discard 2 hides, I think. This would be a great place for him to show that he's been holding a skirmish event, though. It does say it was resolved to the shadow player. I think you discard 2 hides so that you can force assign Freka again.
That's what he's...
Yeah. Shadowfax actually puts a wound on the shadow side here. One of the very few Dunlanders with 2 Dunlandings with 2 vitality. Yeah, if he's been sitting on Éowyn's sword, that's the moment to play it. Yeah, you put Freka back on Éowyn, I think.
Yeah, get a kill out of it. Keep him from accidentally liberating a site.
Yeah, and then I think you're getting several more kills here. Gandalf can survive a damage +2. But Aragorn can't take any more wounds. Frodo could use the last Royal Guard boost to survive again, but he'd be taking 3, 4, 5 burdens, right? 1 to put on the ring, 1 for a loss. 4 burdens.
Well, it's one per wound, so there's 3 more. So yeah, he'll be one away from being corrupted. And this is why, yeah, there goes the discard. May as well. Although that threat, I don't know, was that threat worth it?
I don't know.
He's not moving again. You're not moving again.
No, but somebody's gonna die. That wound is getting handed out.
Yeah.
Now maybe it just goes on Éowyn and, no difference in the final result here. Yeah.
Yep.
Rohirrim, it's gonna get killed here. Gandalf will survive. He's got enough vitality. But yeah, I mean, Distali's in far worse shape than he started that turn with.
And he's not doubling to this, so there's...
No. But this was a double. He's not tripling.
Right.
He does have Gwyer that he could do it.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
No, you can discard it, but it only forces the move if the move limit allows.
See, this is the move where you're actually going on a physiological attack. You want your opponent to have a heart attack when you look at it, like, oh no, did I did I miscount?
Yep. All right, Ring of Fury coming back down on Gimli, swapping the bracers. He's doing a lot of possession juggling.
I mean, with the dwarves, like it seems like 3/4 of their possessions are all 0 cost. So if I think that it's worth it to spend the time to optimize it and figure out where exactly do I want all these to be.
Oh, sure.
It doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, the bracers were not 0 cost, so that did add a Twilight to shift the bracers over to Durin. But making sure Durin survives if he has to take on Captain again, twice. It's not unlikely to see that Captain coming back down. Using the Ship of Great Drought to cycle some cards out of his hand. Easterling Footman doesn't do anything at this point in the game. It's already got the 2 burdens on the table. And taking a good moment to think. Does he try to stop him here, or does he... He's got it, right? Oh, no. Yeah, played nothing.
13's not a lot.
No, but if he doubles, they'll double it up to mid-20s. But Beasterlings are not great at putting more than 2 giant minions down. So they can maybe kill 4 people, but Gimli doesn't even have to fight to watch 4 people die. Especially with Aragorn on the table.
I think that it's possible for Destali to put down 3. Like it's not out of the imagination, and it all, of course, comes down to what he's holding.
Right, but even 3 giant ones. Aragorn takes all of them in 1 skirmish, and then 3 dwarves die potentially. I think he would need 4 serious hitters here. Even then.
Oh.
He does have 25, or he did have 25 before he removed it in Region 3.
Taking 4 specific items in the hand.
Yeah, from draw deck. This one doesn't let you fetch from your discard pile, but his draw deck's large enough, he probably still has what he's looking for.
He's only got 1 polearm in the discard pile.
So 2 polearms and 2 bows, maybe?
Yeah, same old reliable.
He still needs enough minions. He needs to drop enough minions before he gets the ambush Twilight for this to matter. Is there a Dwarven Armor on the table right now? Gimli has one.
Yep.
So he'll also need to be able to get up to 36 against Gimli.
And he's got his helm.
Right.
Which, there's a few different damage bonuses, but they're going to get completely negated that way.
Yeah, but I mean, not seeing the drop yet, I think Besmelis has this. I think it's really hard-pressed to think that Destali is getting enough down to clear the rest of the field and still get 36 strength on Gimli. You need so many.
You need 3 big guys.
I think you need 4, because Aragorn can take all 4.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Aragorn, I totally forgot about
one skirmish. So you need at least 4 just to get somebody on Gimli. And then it doesn't matter if the others all die from their thing. And if you take a card out of, forget who did it last time, but use Aragorn for the Fierce Skirmish. That was such a clever play. I've never done that. It was such a good play. Yeah, so we do have 4 minions. They're not all giant. Now, only 2 Twilight left to drop a single Raider Bow.
And the polearm costs 0.
Yeah, 3 polearms probably. Yeah, 3 polearms. When he wins, he'll add 2. No, he's not going to do anything useful. 1 Dwarf in Moria draws breath. Is that just for the heal?
I mean, even if he did it, the only one that he could actually hurt is Easterling Footman, because all the rest of them with the polearms cannot take wounds.
Yeah. Exerting Aragorn 1 more time, right? No?
No, he doesn't even... I don't need all three.
I feel like that's just being cocky. Maybe he puts the footmen against Aragorn in round 1 and then takes all the fierce ones in the fierce skirmish.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, that probably
would be
makes...
almost exactly the same use as the the inverted Aragorn from the other match.
Yep. And then Durengard and Uri all fight. Maybe they live, maybe they die. Aragorn goes down. Gimli never has to dirty his hands. Yeah, there's only one Twilight out there at the moment, so there's not going to be any surprise. Oh, no, he's putting Gimli against the footman. There will be 6 Twilight from the bow's ambush.
So surely that's threats, right? You don't add... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, it's got to be threats.
You don't add burdens in this situation.
But 6 Twilight means you could potentially get +6. Yeah, I guess that's nowhere near danger level for Gimli right there. Suppose that makes sense.
Now, you might want...
Yeah, he's going to use it.
I was going to say, the way the math works out, I think you do this.
Yeah, you spend 2, but then you get the 2 back.
Exactly. So you may as well win.
But they're all going to go on Aragorn in the fierce skirmish.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it was not enough to break through the defenders. Gimli's going to get out of here pretty much scot-free.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. No, visions from afar.
Ooh.
Even if he has it twice, though, I mean, Aragorn still fights them all. He just adds the burden. Vesmelis doesn't have the hubris to say Gimli's going to be able to take that fight. Too much could go wrong.
Not when you're in the semifinals.
Right. Yeah. 39-8.
And I can't believe that's the second time I've seen that in the like never seen it before, and then suddenly we have 2 Aragorns exerting up for defender bonuses and then not using it until the first skirmish.
Yeah, no, it's really well done.
Weird. All right.
Stolly throwing out a good game, and I hope to see you again in the final match.
All right.
All right, so Vesmelis undefeated in this the double elimination portion of the day. Moving into the finals. I did not.
Chadwick won.
Chadwick won. Match. Okay. Oh, so Chadwick versus Distali. The winner of that versus the boss.
Final boss. All right, let's get this other round going. Distali versus Chadwick. Oh, let me take a screenshot, I suppose.
Stolly's excited. Let's go!
Versus Chadwick. All right. Now, Distali, I think he's been in the top 8 before, right? And
I think he has.
But I don't think he's made it this far, though.
I don't think so.
Last year it was Aaron that made it to the 3rd spot. So now we're to our top 3: Vesmelis, Chadwick. Well, it's not Vesmelis, obviously, but either Chadwick or Distali will be the
runner-up. or the last competitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are all very good players. I'm excited to see these games. Yeah, Distali was definitely in it last year because I'd gotten knocked out, so I helped him practice. I grabbed some of the decks that Bismalis and Chadwick and stuff had played in the Swiss round to help practice for the last game. That was a lot of fun. We don't see the Edinmores a lot. It's a really dangerous site too, but it can bite you back just as easily.
Oh, ooh, yes, when you got that troop of Uruk-hai.
It's a very strong starting play. I'm guessing there's a stealth here, but Distali could just be killing Frodo off, as he does.
As he often does. What does Frodo do most often? Die. That's just...
Like, clearly it's not a corruption deck, so he wants to get Friend of the Shirefolk out.
Why?
Yeah, I think Distali is gonna game this out to make him exert as much as he can before just letting Frodo die.
Nameless points out that Boromir's there too, so...
Oh, yeah, that's a great point.
Not just Frodo's...
Yeah.
Frodo's vitality.
So we know Distali intentionally tosses Frodo with this deck quite frequently. It's a we may yet, old bag shot row style deck is kind of the purpose here. And against Uruk-hai, you may well aim to keep yourself at only 4 companions. Now, I don't know which 4 he would choose, but just so you're never dealing with the full power of Savage to match their numbers.
Yeah.
Chadwick
has that
fully flooding here. Allowing for a very big Witch King. It's a strong first drop from Distali. Aragorn and Legolas could collectively shoot the Witch King down. And there's one too few burdens for Tildea to be able to put himself wherever he wants to go. Oh no, misclick of the century.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Oh, he clicked Aragorn instead of the bow.
Oh, he was just gonna snipe Tildea.
Yep, I think he was gonna snipe the Witch King.
Oh, with Legolas.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
No, yeah, that totally makes sense. And this is a case too where it'd be really nice to have an undo system in here, because honestly, I think from a pure just sportsmanship thing, that's obviously a misclick. That's not a strategic mistake. That's I fail. I clicked 2 pixels to the right instead of 2 pixels to the left.
Right.
That's...
Yeah, I mean, he could still take Tildea out. Take some wounds from the Witch King. It won't be the end of the game. But it will be 2 more wounds than he would have taken. Oh, not even bothering.
Just saying, whatever. If I can't have the Witch King, I'll just suck them both up, I guess.
Yeah. I didn't expect that. I wonder if he's got a boost here to finish Tildea off. Yeah, it didn't make it not matter to yeah.
Yeah. Sacrificing Legolas here. It's like Aragorn accidentally thwaps himself in the side with his bow. This is all your fault, you pointy-haired prick.
Yeah. Witchkin's going to lay down a couple of wounds here, but doesn't have to be game.
And we do have to give Destali some slack. That's the first major mistake I think he's made 10 games in.
Chadwick, yeah.
Today. Chadwick, sorry.
But yeah, no, been playing absolutely phenomenally. I think he only dropped one game in the Swiss too. He was one, or no, he must have been dropped two. I don't think we saw a loss there, but yeah. Another flurry of blows. Well, cycling them out, I suppose.
And keeping Gimli alive. I mean, that's not a
that's right. Not yeah, he could have exerted there and then used the bracers to stop the second wound, but blade tip. Probably needed to use the bracers anyway. Yeah, man, I'm missing some of these plays. We've been going for so long. I can only imagine the people who are actively paying attention here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gandalf coming out. Gimli getting pretty well equipped over there. Eight Twilight's not a lot for Uruk-hai here. Chadwick might choose not to play anything, just because he's going to get the wounds healed up, unless he's got, you know, maybe cycle out some stuff that's not going to be helpful. I know Destali
no allies here, so
yeah, Destali has been pretty vocal about allies being too good or not used. So looks like he's going for not using them today. Chopping an assassin in half, he'll heal right back up from Sam. Could choose to use that to go into a double. Yeah, there we go. Putting him solidly ahead and keeping those wounds on Aragorn might hurt. And Holland is going to make the Uruk-hai not roaming, so there could be a strong play here. Flirts and a Raider. That's certainly not a bad play. Interested to see if Destali has enough to get through this one. He's got, what, just another event for Gimli? Yeah. Puts him Swordman's Ambition on the table. Another flurry blows.
Have another flurry. Now there is 5 companions back down, so once Savagery comes out,
yeah,
well, I mean that wouldn't help him.
It's not going to make a big difference here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Using the bracers to stop blade tip, dropping another bracers and a hand axe. Gimli's going to make it through this. Doesn't care if there's a whole section of Morgul blade in him. He's got gauntlets. Now you swap into the Fords of Bruin. We're not seeing the weird double interaction here, but we do get have a second Nazgul dropped along with another blade tip and Black Breath.
Now you can't put Gimli here because
yeah. Gimli fights, Gimli dies.
Well, that Black Breath could also really hurt on Aragorn.
Good. I mean, it's not going to be good on any of them.
I think Gandalf is probably the one that's probably the okayest with it.
Yeah, but unless he's got 2 stealths for Frodo, he doesn't get to choose which companion he goes on. He just gets to choose what the 2 options are. Gandalf and Aragorn are the choices. Aragorn's going to win this fight, but does he take a Black Breath? No. Okay, you can drop a Black Breath and a blade tip here. Holding them both. Waiting to see where he goes in the fierce skirmish, I suppose. Is Destali gonna use them here. Yeah, Black Breath on Gandalf.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Want to fight. Blade tip going down as well. Gandalf does have quite a bit of vitality and is likely to get even more throughout the rest of this match, but unless
so long as he gets like a sleep or a deep in thought or something over the next few turns, it won't matter.
Yeah, that is true. Hobbit Sword and Narya coming down. Moving on to the bridge. 11's enough for alerts plus somebody else, which is better stopping power than the Balrog. But depending on what Chadwick's got in hand. Yeah. Grab alerts. Parasorman's ambitions to really kind of push for those wins. Now, we know Destalia is going super heavy on the events here. I want to say that... Oh, okay. Throwing away Aragorn to stop savagery plays? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Using Saruman's ambition to at least force something here from Gimli. Gimli probably wants to be, taking the Lurtz fight next. Wounds on Gandalf. Sully has gone through so many of these. 2 Waymayets. Oh, okay, I guess only 4. Feels like he's played a ton of skirmish events already. But Lurtz does successfully get the stop.
I've played against some very annoying decks that include like all 4 copies of Hobbit Stealth and Hobbit Intuition.
Yep.
And just go nuts with it.
Yeah, I tend to feel like they're not, generally speaking, just stacking too many events leads you to too inconsistent a play. But if you're drawing them at the right time, they can be some of the most powerful kind of walks in the game.
Yeah.
Walking to Site 4, no play from Stali here. Chadwick reconciling. Yeah, only 7 Twilight, so I suppose... And Chadwick doesn't have to play minions to let Gimli and Gandalf slowly wither away. Gimli gets his own axe.
We keep suspecting that he's getting rid of companions for that 5 companion boundary. And
then he keeps playing another 5th companion, yeah.
Maybe it's just the 6th that he's worried about.
Yeah, I don't know. Fror against Uruk-hai is, a better fighter than Aragorn.
Just Wisp being used to pull Saruman.
Yeah. Discarded his own copy of We May yet. Ravager and a Berserker. Saruman's going to make both of them fierce. Both of them fierce.
To Nameless's comment, seems to be surprisingly little Site 3 allies. Looks like the erratum was enough. Yeah, we even had to nerf the Uruk Raider because it was a little bit too good. But I think that the pendulum has firmly swung in the anti-ally direction.
Yeah, it does seem that way. We got our first savagery to match their numbers. Boosting the Ravager handily, causing Gimli to take some licks. Or loses as well, and they're both fierce. Ooh. Putting that Ravager on Sam feels very risky. There's a Saruman's ambition on the table. I mean, he must have We May Yet or something in hand to...
Yeah, what a mental dance there. Like, I'm just not going to use it because I know you got something, and I'm going to make it clog up your hand.
I mean, I guess. I can't tell sometimes if they've just got like this mental gymnastic game so much better down than I do, or if we get to this point of the day and they're just brain dead from having been doing it so much that
we're probably attributing a little bit too much mind games there.
Right, like, is that a double fake out, or did Chadwick just miss that he could play the ambition? Chadwick just make Aragorn defender again? Come on. He successfully got an arrow down and then clicked on Aragorn.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's not even the right phase. Like, it's not like you're clicking Aragorn instead of the bow. It's you're doing it during the maneuver phase. It's gotta be fatigue. It's my only guess, anyway. Yeah, Gimli cleaning up there. Moving straight to Site 6. Very little Twilight on the table. Yeah, Nostali drops a Black Breath, but is unable to get more. Though, Gandalf is going to die at the start of the Fellowship phase.
Alverness asking, why does this option work in archery phase to make him defender? It doesn't. I think what it is that he thinks that it's the wrong phase, having misinterpreted what's going on. Because, this is, like we said, the 10th game or so that Chadwick has played in a row.
So their Captain Lurtz combination. Lurtz being fierce, one ambition still on the table. Oh, he didn't use ambition against Sam because Boromir was on the table.
Oh.
There was no we may yet mind game. Boromir was right there.
Decided that it wasn't worth an exertion.
Yep.
On Boromir now. I mean,
that's not a bad call.
Yeah.
It's always about balancing the threat versus the utility. Yeah, savagery to match their numbers coming out, causing Gimli to lose yet another skirmish. Or taking his licks again as well. This looks very familiar. I think we've seen this play once before. I think the captain goes on Sam and we wonder about ambition again. Nope, going on Boromir. Long pause on this one. Nope. Takes 2 wounds. Gandalf's going to take 2 as well. The Fellowship's in rough shape on Distali's end. Chadwick's is not doing a whole lot better, with Gandalf about to take his final wound. Gimli gets his helm. Moves on to the confluence. No allies on either side here to worry about. But a damage +1 Witch King. Strength 16 is going to be potentially a real problem here. Gimli does have his helm on him. He could take these hits, but Blade Tip already on him and a Black Breath on the table would mean that he doesn't last another phase. Chadwick can get to the archery phase, right? He could triple bow and then throw a hand axe. But no.
Nope. Decided not to.
Well, took the one arrow from the bow.
He's had too many poor experiences with that bow today already.
Just giving up on it. This was a physical card to get torn in half and thrown away on the way out of the tournament. Interesting choice to put the Black Breath down. Wow.
Ooh.
It's a big back and forth. That may have been unexpected. Yeah, discarding Gimli's Helm to stop the wounds. Yeah, but he is fierce.
Dies anyway, yeah.
Yeah, he once again could have done it the other way. He could have used the Helm to... Oh no, the Helm doesn't... Discarding the bracers would still make you take the 1 wound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. Ignore me. I don't know how cards work.
I mean, that's a classic issue.
Yeah.
People misunderstanding the bracers and the helm interact.
So nobody's in good shape here. Distali playing nothing as he walks into, where are we? Nanhitil. Will allow Chadwick to draw a card.
Oof.
Swarman and Lurtz. Assignment Swarman. Lurtz will not be fierce here, but he will go wherever Chadwick chooses for him to go.
What is the best place here? I think...
Well, I would put it on Gimli and discard the bracers unless you have a boost for Gimli to survive Lurtz.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, though. Like, guarantee the kill on Gandalf, because there's a few different tools that Gandalf has available to him that could cause a problem.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the archery wound.
Oh, the archery wound. Oh, no. I was trying to figure out where he's going to assign Lurtz to, where Chadwick's going to assign him.
I feel like Boromir.
I guess you may as well clinch that out. Make it so that he's no longer a future threat if any healing comes out on the table.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought. Boromir's the only one who keeps Sam alive. If he can get healed back up. But Frore is not what I expected. I mean, Lurtz is big enough with 2 ambitions that he was almost certainly going to survive anybody. Oh, he does have a Savagery to match their numbers. He gets to choose 2, which is just lovely for him. Sarman gets to choose
I still don't
again.
Quite get picking him, but whatever. Like, I guess that makes it so that there's not going to be anybody that's going to be good for going up against Uruk-hai on Site 9.
Yeah, going against Gimli now. With the increased strength, I think does make sense. Gimli would need 2 flurry of blows. But I suppose that was true before as well. 2 Sauron's ambitions on the table.
Yeah.
But
continuing to be unused and just threatening future death.
Right. I think that's what they're there for, right? If you're not getting something that feels really guaranteed, you wait until it will be. Oh, Sam coming down in maybe a really clutch moment here. Choosing not to use his ability to go back down to 2 burdens, though I think maybe he ought to have. But it will be 1 more body to die for the cause, or a ring to toss.
Well, that's kind of tough, because the only way that you could meaningfully take off the burdens is by putting the exertions on Frodo, and because you want to make sure that Aragorn's pristine for either tanking or
Ranger of the North's ability.
Yeah,
we do have 2 Nazgul coming down.
Well, hi Sam, bye Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to... I think he loses Aragorn here, too. Frodo can't take either of these fights unless he's got an event in hand.
Wait, if he clicks on the right thing 3 times in a row. Yeah, he did it.
So all of that said, I thought he was going to exert Aragorn once to make him Defender +1.
There we go. Now, there's our easy come, easy go, Sam.
Yeah. Yeah. Frodo's sitting there alone, but Frodo is alive, and Distali needs to move to Site 9, and survive.
Nameless suggests killing Frodo off to get rid of the burdens. Yeah, maybe. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how much it matters at that point. Damage +1 from an Nazgul Sword is not going to be the difference in this match.
yeah.
But Distali dropping Legolas and Pippin is going to be huge here.
Yeah, I think that Pippin straight up wins in the game right here.
Well, I don't know that that's true. Sam can't take. I suppose he can take 1 wound and 2 burdens from the ring.
Oh, which Saruman are we getting?
Yeah,
okay,
Fierce.
Fierce one. Makes sense.
Yeah, we're going to be able to play trackers here. I haven't noticed which one he's playing. I'm guessing the Uruk Raiders.
I'm pretty sure the Chatterbook had a couple of Raiders. There's 1, 2, 2 in the... No, 3. 3 in the discard pile. So those are 2 apiece. So you need to keep 6 behind.
Yeah, but you want...
Which means that there's 7 Twilight that he can spend elsewhere.
If you can get 2 more minions.
Alerts would be perfect. If he had alerts right now on those 3 Raiders, I think that could clinch in the game. Because you make 3 of them Fierce with Saruman.
Maybe. You put a Raider against Gandalf, though. Fierce. Gandalf wins and heals from Sam. I think you need more minions here. I mean, I suppose the Saruman's ambitions are still there. You could dump them both into Gandalf and a Raider. Got a captain. So you have another 3-cost Uruk-hai that he's going to pull out. Oh, you could do a Ravager. Oh, yeah, he grabbed a Ravager, just not the one I was looking at. And then grabs 3. That forces everybody into a fight. Saruman can make 3 of them Fierce.
Obviously the Ravager and the Captain.
Right, and then 1 Raider. Oh, he's thinking, because Legolas could shoot down the Captain.
Doesn't matter, he's got Saruman.
Yeah.
Except there's more yeah. Because as soon as...
more minions than companions.
No, yeah, because Saruman will block it. Well, if he discards himself, though.
Well, he hasn't exerted to make the Captain Fierce yet. If he exerts to make the Captain Fierce, Legolas can go twice to kill the Captain.
Well, what I'm saying is, if he did it to make the Captain Fierce, and then Legolas exerted to block to try and kill Captain, Saruman discards himself.
Yep.
So now there are 5 minions and 5 companions, and so Legolas will then exert himself a second time before he's able to use the ability again.
Saruman, let's see. Oh, that's an interesting interaction. Yeah, I wouldn't have been ready for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's he gonna do? Nope. Did not make him Fierce. Only 2 Fierce. So Boromir's gonna die. They're not damage +1. There's no dead allies. So Sam can take the 1 wound. Gandalf... Pippin can keep himself alive and take 1 wound. Gandalf... I think he needs to use the Saruman's ambitions against Gandalf. Nope. Savages match their numbers. No! The Ravager's already Fierce! Oh, wait.
I suppose that's okay.
But why? Why wouldn't you hold it?
I mean, it's probably running on fumes at this point.
Yeah, use the ambition to get Gandalf. Legolas takes 2 wounds, but can fight again.
Yeah, he should have used Saruman a third time to make the Captain fierce. I think that would make this. I think that would close this out.
I think so too. I wonder here if he uses Pippin to make Sam a 7.
Yeah, I think Destala's got this. Then
I think so too.
So Pippin is going to exert himself to keep himself alive, and then you're going to end up with the surviving Gandalf, Legolas, and Pippin, but there's only going to be 2 fierce Uruks.
There will be 3 fierce Uruks, 2 raiders,
right.
and the Ravager, but Sam doesn't have to fight. Even if he has another savagery to keep the overwhelm on Pippin. Sam would just be going up against another raider, and he can take that hit. Yeah, I think he's got this. Chadwick also only has 14 seconds on the clock or 41 seconds on the clock for his decisions. Chadwick saying it wasn't fair that you gave the reminder on the timer. Which, maybe not, but it was his timer.
Granted, yes, I have struggled with that myself, trying to figure out whether or not I should be handing out warnings to everybody or not, as we've gotten here to the... Okay, so Destala's asking for a couple minutes. He needs to run to the bathroom. So we will do that, and then we will have him have his rematch. Best of 3 up against Bismelis.
Not best of 3. Double elimination.
So, okay, so we are following double elimination?
Yep, that was...
So, last couple of years, we just did best of 3 and said, screw the double elimination part.
Yeah, what we announced was double elimination.
Okay.
And I believe, personally talked to both Destali and Bismelis when they asked to make sure. So I believe that's what they're expecting. All right, so I've tagged Bismelis, who gave us a thumbs up. Destali needs... Yeah, they're playing. I'm going to grab something to drink while Destali is taking his break. Let me at least put up the matches on screen, let everybody see what's going on.
Okay, let me check the blog real quick. Seems like there's some confusion over the final match.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, here's the actual quote.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so confusion on our part. That's not what we published, what we said a moment ago. So here's what's going to happen.
Yep.
The 2 players going in, the lower ranked one, in this case Dastali, because he has gone into the lower bracket, he is going to choose which format we start with. And then if Dastali wins this first match, then his opponent, Basmelis, will get to pick whether or not they go back to PC Movie or return to PC Fellowship.
Yep, and he is choosing... He's choosing Fellowship.
Fine by me. (2025) World Championship Finals, Round 1, PC. Basmelis and Dastali. Okay. As I did last year, I made the timer the slightly longer one, the 25 minutes on each clock instead of 20. These 2 enter into the very last bit of the competition. It's okay. I think it's okay to give them 5 extra minutes.
Look at these bids. 5 and 6 going into this round. Both players starting a Sam, quite possibly planning to pass it off. We know Dastali is. Basmelis may not be. I don't think we saw any of his Fellowship matches from the Swiss, so I'm not sure what he's playing, but it looks like it could be a hospital here. Could also just be a startup to get some key ally, and Pippin is there to fill off a burden. Exert twice with Sam for 2 more, and then die.
The finals of the finals. The tippy of the top. Basmelis here once again. 3 years in a row.
Oh yeah.
And in actuality, yes, that's a very good interaction. So the nerf that we gave to Son of Hamfast specifically says you have to exert him a second time unless you can spot 2 Shire allies or Rosie Cotton, who is the one that Mary pulled. So that's in fact 3 burdens that he was able to peel off.
Yeah. Basmelis just said in chat that he has Mary to fetch Rosie. There may be this entire interaction is to be able to go first really effectively and then get through things. Wouldn't surprise me.
He pulls a spell, which I feel like has nothing to do with any sort of
hospital-esque. He is using the trigger. I don't think this is Hobbit Hospital. I
have no idea what this is.
I think this is a Super Friends that goes first. And Kea here could be bad. But if he lets Mary and Pippin both die here, he's down to 5. That is a lot of Twilight, though, at Site 2. Bree Streets is making it so that they don't pay their roaming penalty already. Witch King, a pair of Uruk Raiders.
Okay.
Rosie, thankfully, for his best malice, does exert during the Fellowship phase. But yeah. I bet Mary dies next.
Yeah, make sure he's really in the ground. We got to play that event.
Can't risk Pippin surviving. That wouldn't work at all.
I'm really surprised that he played that. I mean, I guess you got to get out of your hand, but the surprises of having a Nazgul event, worth it.
Yeah, I mean, especially here, I think it is unlikely, but Basmalis could still run to 3. Oh, I did not expect a Sam sacrifice. I thought it was going to be Mary.
That's crazy.
That's a lot of...
Like sacrifice the wrong hobbit?
They all look the same. Short, fuzzy, no shoes.
It's halfling racism.
I doubt he picked the wrong hobbit, but I was not expecting that play.
That Prince of Mirkwood choice is really interesting. I mean, it's basically the Arwen, right?
Yep.
Without being Arwen, so it makes you wonder, why not Arwen?
Oh, yeah. Smells says, let's go! Words of Bruin puts Taldea out.
I'm here for a glorious time, not for a long time.
Knowing this player, he might be here for both. So those raiders aren't really a threat to most things. Taldea's going to be a couple of wounds, but the Witch King, I mean, maybe he's got a stealth or something, but one assumes that the Witch King eats Mary. And then I suppose it still has armor. Unless there's another boost. Yeah, that Chadwick's holding. And even
I'm still surprised the Sam went first. That seems...
Yeah. Unexpected for sure. Yeah, I think you... Okay. Part of me, just based purely on the rest of the play we've seen, expected him to sacrifice Legolas right there, too.
I only got him out so I could kill him.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm learning here is that Basmalis is just willing to lose whomever. He did say he was relieved that there wasn't another pump, so he might not have had an elf card in hand to discard for Estelle. Oh man, that was all still the first move.
That Aragorn may have been a bit over the top. Yeah, just a little bit over the top. That Gimli's dead.
Gimli's got bracers. Yep, that's a bracers. So nobody's dying to Nkeo, but 3 wounds are hitting the table here.
On the other hand, Atea's going to get to 17, which is, well, I guess that's not enough to get Gandalf.
Basmalis says nothing dies, and Stolly responds with, well, not from him. Yeah, Atea can get to 17, which will overwhelm anybody but Gandalf or Gimli. I mean, 3 wounds from Nkea, putting them on Gimli could still go a long way here if he doesn't have the right boosts. Yeah. I like the amount of banter we're seeing.
This apart too. Just I was saying in chat.
Yeah, go after Pippin, go after Sam. Game over, man. Game over.
Mazdref in chat says Basmalis, as usual, in a league of his own.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't beat him, but I do think that even amongst our top players, Basmalis might be, kind of ranked separately. S tier, if you will, compared to a whole slew of A's in the competition.
So we had planned on doing it this year, but we kind of messed it up a little bit, was to have a bit of a marketing campaign of putting a bounty on Basmalis' head to make sure that he did not become the 3rd-year champion. But if he ends up becoming the 3rd-year champion, then we're definitely going to have to do it for the 4th year.
We're going to have to. Yeah. Going after Gimli, discarding the bracers. Okay, it is going to be damage +1 here as well. Toss the rag while he can. What? Oh, yeah, Frodo died before Aragorn skirmish. I was trying to figure out why Aragorn only took 1 wound. there's 4 Twilights still out, so Atea could get up to a 16. I think he has to go on Gandalf unless he's sacrificing somebody. Yeah, the chatter we get to see against some of these players, I really enjoy, and it's one of those things I miss from games in person. It's often hard to pause to type. There's much more of a feeling of a changing the way you're doing things, to go from playing the game to typing versus just talking while you play.
We may yet indeed.
Yeah. I'll only heal one of those back up. You must have a stealth for Sam. Can't imagine you would.
Or just that.
I mean, like, yeah, Pippin can.
The Twilight was put down 12 plus 5, so he can get up to 17. Okay, that's enough to triple.
Yeah, Pippin can exert again to make him a 6.
2 more times.
Yeah, potentially up to a 7. Like, I'm not saying Sam is probably dying here. Besmelis would have to have, like, the right set of multiple events. But it seems so risky.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Because, like, if he has those same... Right? But if he has those same events, you would need the same setup in order for Gandalf to be overwhelmed there. So it just seems unnecessary, is what I'm saying. He did double move too, yeah. My goodness. Yeah, Delegate coming out with the Fords of Brune to potentially double the Fords of Brune.
We've got a rule on that. I don't even know if that's a bug or not, but it's so wonky.
I mean, a card that references its own name refers to itself. A different version of the same card refers to the other card, right? Like, I don't think it's a bug. I am not opposed to changing the way it works and ruling that, no, in this case, probably requires an errata at that point. Any Fords of Bruin.
See, I don't know, because if you take that exact same text and you put it on a different card, then it would change how it behaved, which is odd to me.
Would it? If you had a companion that says, is strength +3 until the regroup phase, and you return them to your hand, it says Aragorn is strength +3 into the regroup phase, and somehow Aragorn gets returned to your hand and replayed, he wouldn't still be strength +3.
I mean, if you took the exact same text that's on Ford of Bruin, the Twilight cost of the first Nazgul played to Ford of Bruin, each turn is -5. If you put that on a Gandalf, and I think if you did that, that would make it so that switching out which Ford of Bruin was on the table wouldn't actually change anything. Like, it would make it so that, okay, yeah, that's still the second Nazgul played to a Ford of Bruin this turn. And so, like, to me, like, it definitely seems like there's enough to argue over for the Rules Council to have to figure, okay, how do we how do we rule on this? Because it's one of those complicated things. I can see it go both ways. But
yeah,
it's also one of those things that's definitely down to just old, early installment weirdness, because later on sites tended to just refer to here specifically. So there was less of a well, except that wouldn't help in this case either, because if you switched out here and you change what here is, then that obviously works on the second one.
Yeah, I think if the Rules Council is going to rule that it shouldn't apply, it should come with a wording errata. I don't think that is the wrong answer, as far as, because there's a big question about intention and what was it, how was it meant to work. I don't think changing it is an incorrect setup, but I do think you would need to change the word rather than, like, I think it does work, like, as it's written.
The Rules Council specifically does not issue errata. Like, because if we're changing the way, because this would affect how it works in the Decipher game, right? So.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't
So
know.
when the Rules Council issues a new rule, it's basically a new rule that is added to the rule book and changing the way that we interpret it. We already have a number of rulings for cards that run counter to how they are read.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I know where my vote would lay on that one, as far as it not being an errata, but
there's definitely meat to this issue. Yeah, it's not a one and done. Like it's something that we need to discuss and figure out what it is that we want in general.
Yeah, it's really easy for me. I only ever play PC games unless it's like an event Nelson's putting on. That I forget that, like, if we just change the wording, it doesn't solve it, doesn't make the argument go away elsewhere.
Right. And there have been cases where we issued something in the Rules Council, and then we said, okay, now that rule is in place, the PC is going to errata it separately in the PC formats.
Yep.
So that it says what it should.
That makes sense. Yeah. Got Atea coming down. Moria's Stairways.
The blade tip art almost makes me mad sometimes at how little effort it took to make it look so badass. All the other ones took so much effort, and this one I spat out in like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Going just exhausting to get rid of Taldea. Moving to the bridge. It's a lot of Twilight out. I think there's a good chance that we... Yeah.
Did the past world champion include a Balrog in his deck? No.
I mean, he might have, but he didn't need to play
he might have, yeah. You're right. I mean, if you have a Witch King, why not play that instead?
Yeah,
that's not definitive.
I think often you include a Balrog in case you get a bad draw, or there's not enough Twilight or whatever for what you're trying to do. Because the Balrog's only going to cost 6. You're going to get the Balrog out, and it's going to be big and scary and intimidating. But can you play something better is a very worthwhile question. In this case, I mean, they're beating on each other hard, both of them.
This is rough. Witch King can kill anybody except for Gandalf, but Cantia will pick apart anybody but Gandalf.
Yep, and they're both fierce.
Their weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're both fierce. Aragorn can't survive a fight against either unless he's got a pump.
Right.
And based on what we've seen from the
Gandalf, and then I guess you have to put Cantea on Gimli and just accept the fact that his axe is going to get discarded.
I mean, unless he's got a boost. He could put Cantea on Gandalf and Witch King Gimli to boost. And, if he's got the...
fair. But then you got to do it all over again next round after the Fierce.
Yeah, and that blade tip's looming.
Yeah. Forgot about that up there. I was complaining about it a moment.
Yeah, because I think this is a better play than the Balrog right here.
Mm-hmm.
The Balrog would have put 2 wounds on Gandalf and then maybe killed somebody if he doesn't have any tricks. But I think we might see 2 dead, 1 this turn and 1 as a result of that blade tip. Interested to see how it plays out. Okay.
Okay. That's an answer. I mean, that's one of the things about this that.
Oh,
would it be better if we had access to their hands to see what sorts of decisions they were making?
No, I love the needed conjecture, but I am surprised. Even if that's the plan, why wouldn't you put Witch King on Gandalf first, and then let Gandalf fight Cantea second? Gimli didn't have to lose his axe. That feels like it. Yeah, Sully says it's true. That was a miscalculation. Oh, yeah, definitely miscalculation. I didn't even. I hadn't caught this, but Gandalf went down to an 8 when Aragorn died.
Oh, because of Aragorn.
He doesn't have a man.
You're right. He totally did it in the wrong order. Yeah, that.
I thought the other order would have saved the axe. I didn't realize that it also would have saved Gandalf.
Gandalf dying on site 5.
I mean, if he's gonna go somewhere.
Yeah, may as well be now.
Boromir and Sting. Yeah, there was talk earlier about how there wasn't very many allied or Site 3 allies, but we've got both Site 6 and 3 allies here from Basmelis.
I turned away for a moment, and were all 4 of those played this turn?
No, Elrond was on the table already, and Ramil must have been because he's exerted. Moving to the bridge. Also, no Balrog here from Distali. Tay can get to a 15. But still might be a monster at this point.
I think, while it is admirable that Distali is so willing to sacrifice Frodo, I think his aggressiveness in sacrificing Frodo too quickly may have
he and I have talked about that before. It clearly works for him. You know, he does very, very well with this strategy. But I agree. I think,
like, it's not a goal, right? If it's something that you just have to be okay with doing, okay, time to throw him under the bus. But
he does walk into it with a goal. He bids high enough that he knows he needs to kill Frodo at Site 2, or risk, Ankea causing real problems for his deck.
I see. That does sound a little more intentional, doing it for the high bid. But then Basmelis, I think, found a much better way to utilize that and negate that high bid.
Well, I think in a lot of ways you're right. I think Basmelis' way also really risks the draw, because he needs to then draw all of his companions except for Aragorn, which he probably is able to tutor with the pony. The whole rest of the suite is.
Well, no, because he pulled Estelle, and Estelle pulled Legolas, and so Gandalf and Boromir here are the only ones here that are part of the starting fellowship, essentially.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, as opposed to having Gimli.
And that gave him enough meat that he could throw people at the, whatever he was going to get punished with. Yeah, I think his opener was actually so solid, allowing him to actually safely, reliably bid 6 without getting overly punished for it. That's pretty crazy.
Both. I think both do well with it, with the goal. Because Basmelis also tossed Sam right away, which I think is almost as bad as tossing Frodo
in a skirmish, as opposed. Well, I mean, I guess.
Distali tossed Frodo in a skirmish.
Yeah.
But I think they both went into that with the intention of killing those companions.
We're a little too late.
Yeah. I mean, those bracers could keep him alive for one more round.
Oh, he could, yeah. He could block the blade tip and then heal up from the sanctuary.
Yeah.
But that means he can't. That means he has to beat whoever's coming in, like they owe him money.
Right. Well, I mean, and if Basmelis has one minion here, like, as long as it's, well, I suppose not any minion. It has to be Toldea or Atea or the Witch King. But if he has one to drop, or Kintea, right? We can get rid of the axes.
Nice weapons you got there.
A shame if something happened to him. Yeah, if he's got a flurry of blows, then
he's got to do it now.
He should have done it before.
The axes.
He should have done it before the fight. Yeah.
I mean, he's toast anyway because of the blade tip. I mean, I think he's a dead man walking.
Well, he's got a sanctuary.
We have an exhausted Sam.
He could heal before the blade tip triggered.
No.
He wasn't black breathed. They're both at start of turn.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, because the blade tip is start of each fellowship phase, and the other one is turn. Sanctuary is start of turn. Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
right.
yeah. You don't even need to choose. The sanctuary just does go first. Boromir getting a little bit bigger. Protective elf.
I think Basmelis was looking around at everyone else being afraid of running allies, and he's like, why? Like, they're good.
Distali was really heavy into anti-ally tech, though, and I haven't seen it in this game. I wonder if he took it out of his deck because he thought it had left the meta.
He's still got the Raiders, but he played them all at the very beginning.
Right, but if he doesn't have... Because he used to run the Raiders plus several Tower Assassins. So I wonder if kind of in the mind games of the meta, if Distali took out the major, like a good chunk of the tech just in time for Basmelis to go. I bet people are going to take out the major tech and put the elves back in. This is one area where I think that competitive play is sometimes harder. Because you could play this deck in casual at 50-50 if you're going to get ally hate. Are people paying attention to that being a problem right now? But in competitive, like, you almost, if you can gauge the expected meta just right. Sam walking into the Confluence healthy, not enough Twilight for the Witch King.
Healthy and scared out of his mind. There's 5 companions in the dead pile, so there's theoretically 3 more that could be played. I don't need enough Twilight for the Witch King.
Desali saying, I don't have Wime yet.
Not that it would really do much to save him, because he's lost all of his Frodo signets. Yeah, all right. Absolutely picked apart by Basmelis. So are we deciding that's it? That's game?
That's game.
The whole tournament?
Yeah. Double elimination. That's 2 losses from Distali.
All right. Okay, well.
Very well played.
Congratulations to the 3-time world champion, Basmelis. Let's see if he's willing to hop on.
Yeah.
I guess I should look at the audience. Let's see. Do we have? Might be in here already.
Yeah. And, I was looking for the chat.
Nolan, Distali.
Yeah, Smellis in a league of his own. Then Modref. And yes, please. I told to the Rudes Council, please make it stop. I'm guessing that's in reference to the Fort of Bruin chat.
That's in reference to the Fort of Bruin and stuff.
Oh yeah, we are quite.
Distali is connected here on Discord. Maybe we can talk to him too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Who else? Oh, we got 6 in the audience. Who else is here? How do I see? I'm sharing my screen. I don't know how to see the group.
There's a little section on the.
Oh,
don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, I figured out. We got a bunch of people I recognize there. Emelin's there as well. He played today. A couple other people that I recognize, but were not in today's competition. Just watching it unfold.
Oh, there he goes. Distali, we'll bring you on in just a moment. As soon as. All right, you know what? Oh, I thought that was Basmelis joining.
Yep, Basmelis just joined.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay. Then I can.
I'm afraid I don't know how to invite individuals. I can open the stage, but I don't think that's what you want me to do.
Right. We need to.
Oh, invite to speak.
There we go. Are you with us, Bas?
We got both of our finalists here. Very well played, guys. That was amazing.
Oh, what a fatal error. Would have been fun to see if I didn't accidentally kill Gandalf.
Yeah, we were watching that and talking about how we thought if you had played it differently, you could have saved the axe, and totally missed that you were going to lose Gandalf.
Yeah, say la vie. Well played, Baz. It was a great match. Several great matches we had.
Yeah, it was amazingly well done, as usual.
Bass, you with us?
No. Maybe not.
Is he here? Let's see. Saying I can't hear anything.
Oh.
Oh, you know what? We might need to add him. We need to give him permissions for the darn channel. 1 second. That's my fault. I'm just going to change it so that anyone can talk real quick. Gosh darn it.
Is it something about the channel itself? I don't see any controls on.
Right. Yeah,
on
the channel itself is restricted to the PC, which is stupid. I need to find out which permission is the one for trying the stage channels, the audience. Mute. Sorry. Big old list here.
Yeah. Sorry, boss. Well, we're working on it. I don't know if you can hear us.
Okay, try now, boss. You able to hear anything or say anything? I'm gonna move into the audience and move him back.
Oh yeah. So I see him in the PC commentary piece, but under voice connected, he wasn't listed.
Gosh darn it! This stupid stage thing. Okay, just send an invitation to speak. Did that work? Gosh darn it. This is ridiculous. Here, you know what? I'm just going to do the quick and easy thing. I am just going to add him to the PC temporarily.
There you go.
There, now you should have permissions. How's that?
Can you hear us, boss?
Still not. Jeez.
Wonder if he's using browser over app.
This is really
He
frustrating.
said he'll log out and log in again.
Okay.
He says using app on the phone as well, so that should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Unless it's a permissions issue with Discord, like microphone or speaker or something, but...
Yeah, he's joined us in, maybe it wasn't this particular style of channel before, but he's joined us in voice before.
Yeah, it has done.
Yeah, it's the stupid stage thing. I don't know why I have this, to be honest. I don't think that it's worth the obnoxiousness.
I mean, it takes away the soundboard, so I'm in favor of using a different option. I like being able to click on the control button.
Yeah.
Well, Besmelis is trying to get that figured out. Destali, this is the furthest you've made it into one of these. You've been top 8 before, but I don't think you made it to the top matches in the last 2 years, right?
No, I didn't. Yeah, that's correct. I haven't previously made it into the top 8. I was with you guys on the stream.
Were you not top 8 last year? I remember practicing decks with you. Was that for the Swiss?
I think that was for the Swiss. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I made the top 8 last year. I think I made a fatal error in the Swiss and went downhill from there.
Oh,
let's
all
switch
right.
over to the Get. Let's switch this over to Get Voice 1, and everybody that's listening, if you want to
yeah, that might work better.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's not working, but that one has permissions for everybody.
All right. All right. Does Basmalis know?
I just forcibly moved him over here. Hey, boss, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Hooray!
Hey, there he is.
Congratulations, man.
Let's see. Back to the fireplace.
Oh, can he hear us?
Yes.
Oh, good.
In the hallway of a hotel. So.
Yeah. I mean, I know you said you were playing, on a phone or a tablet or something today. Absolutely amazing, especially given the circumstances.
Not only did he defeat everybody in the field, he defeated them with one hand behind his back while he was at a social function. This is kind of embarrassing for the rest of us, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is, to be fair.
I knew that I'm more free to speak right now because I'm in a stack.
Having a little bit of a hard time hearing some of what you're saying. You're free to speak, you said?
Day this week.
Yeah. Oops. Is he... His mic is queuing, but I'm not hearing anything going through.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, so...
And then it immediately cut out.
And then you're gone.
Yeah, maybe the internet connection. As you said, maybe 2 hands, Sam.
Yeah, this is better?
Oh, that seems like it might be.
For the moment.
Let's see if this works.
It's working.
Yeah, that
now.
seems a little better.
We seem to get just little bits and bobs, and then it seems like it doesn't keep up the connection very well.
I think this might be even better.
Can hear you okay at the moment.
It keeps being true for each individual interaction and then stopping.
And then stopping.
Well, we might have to set up an interview or something afterwards so we can really talk with everybody once they're in a position where they're not falling apart and having bad internet.
Yeah, not chatting from a hotel stairwell. Yeah. All right, boss says let's do that. He's in the chat there. Sorry that the audio is not working great now, but that would be a great thing for us to do separately. Maybe we can talk about some of these games on a separate day when it hasn't been 9 hours.
Yeah, that would be really fun. Kind of like recap of some of the matches for the top 2.
Yeah, maybe pick a couple that we didn't see on stream today and kind of watch through those and talk through some ideas. I'd be down for that.
Yeah. Could be very good fun.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Well, congratulations again to Basmalis, the 2025 World Champion, and congratulations to Distali, the 2025 World Challenger.
Congratulations both, and thank you for everyone who played today. I don't think anybody performed in any way poorly. Good matches all around.
Yeah,
absolutely. We'll have to reach out to all of you, and we do have some prizes. There's some this year that we're going to have to wait on at this point and get them all
out.
Put together, just like last year. But I guess Basmalis gets to decide once again what the promo everyone is going to get.
Yeah, someone suggested that it should be Rosie after how significant pull out Rosie after how clutch she came in early on there.
Well, I mean, that's one of the options you could pick, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some good frames of that.
Certainly no reason not to pick it if that's what he wants, but no pressure on that either. And we know historically you've gone for the shadow plays, and maybe there's something in that deck you'd really like to see really cool art for.
Yeah, or maybe a Dundling Elder for the sheer.
Yeah. That Elder definitely got him all the way to that top.
Yeah, you have used it
with,
really effectively in more than one World Championship, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a great meta pick this year with like how dominant Rohan was and how Dunland so well negates Red Dawn.
Yeah.
All those Red Dawn plays that came out, and then none of them got to really be used because Dunland just does not care.
Yep, doesn't matter. I mean, it helps a little bit for healing, but doesn't really do much for the whole exertion side of things.
Oh no!
Ben said in the chat that during round 2 he was shivering outside in the cold, playing on his phone,
thrashing everybody, rubbing his arms.
Was round 2 the one match he lost in the Swiss?
I'm not sure which one he was referring to. Yeah, but that might have been the one he lost in the Swiss. Yeah.
And even then, it was environmental factors.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I think we all need to up our game next year is the message.
Well, we can.
We joked about it on the stream, but we definitely need to do the bounty on Basmalis' head. Next year.
Yeah.
Whoever can knock him out of the tournaments. If we check with Basmalis ahead of time to know which kind of qualifier events he's doing, we can even do it per event. Give some kind of extra prize if anyone can beat him. Bodsrep says bounty on Beast Malice.
He says, thanks all, didn't really expect to win this one. During round 2, I was shivering in the cold outside playing on the phone. Oh, you read that one already. Thankfully, I played an easy-to-play Dwarves Dunland deck and got through it.
Well, you did amazing, regardless of how you're going to look at those builds. It was very well played all the way around. And that goes for everybody. I don't think we saw any game today that, didn't seem like someone was on top of what they were doing. It was really good matches all around.
Well, I think we should probably wrap it up. We've been on stream for 10 hours straight.
Well, thank you guys for all your hard work setting it up as well. I know that I speak for everyone in that. It's been a great event, and I'm sure a great stream. Can't wait to go back and rewatch it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely get that uploaded. And
it's a few technical difficulties here and there, but overall, I think it came out.
Storm right in the middle, knocking us out. I can't believe that.
We definitely had one match where I was talking to somebody off screen on the stream.
Oh yeah, with the audio too. Yeah.
But
well, it's been great. Thank you to everybody who's been tuning in. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thanks to everybody who had no idea what was going on and just randomly clicked on the video. It's been great. Thanks for your support. And that's the Players Council signing off.
All right. Oh, that's me. I have to stop recording.
That is you. You got to hit the button.
I stopped